Good morning, addicts. I am Recovery Addict, and this is a court of public opinion. This is the court of public opinion. And it is morning, as Tom has pointed out. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, TW. Welcome. TW, Pickles, Not Politics. I still think we need to get a hat that says that on it. I think that would have broad appeal across the great United States of America and beyond. But TW, thank you for being first in chat. As always, first in chat has its rewards and its drawbacks, depending on how you look at it. But one of them, I won't tell you which, but one of them is that you now own the internet. Congratulations. We will get it packaged up and sent out to you. If you do rename it, just let us know so we know what to call it when we're looking for it. But as part of that, also, you're responsible for keeping it running for everyone worldwide, which is no small task, as those who've gone before you may attest to. Tom points out, dang, I'm 13 hours early. No, I just fat-fingered that one. That was all me, yet again. Yeah, it's I completely messed it up, and then I changed it again to say that I would be at 9 a.m. And then I'm like, never mind, we'll just go live. So sorry about that. That's what happens when I had set something up for last night, and then I was tired when I reset up the next one, and it just didn't look closely. But YouTube is hard, Tom. YouTube is hard. And good morning. She brought the donuts and coffee for everybody. Having internet issues. YouTube keeps booting me off. I'm sorry. But TW can fix that for you. And it looks like he's done. Just like that. Asking you shall receive. Golden Girl, good morning. Good to have you here. Weather Watch. New Mod, good to have you as well. Sam Terry, good morning, beautiful people. It's good to see you, Sam. Thanks for being here. Katrina. Morning came early for Katrina, I think. That's what happened. Oh, there's a lot of you in here. Toxic Orchid is here. Good morning. How's everything going with you, Toxic? Hopefully you're feeling a little bit better. Got some rest. Miss L's going to be here. She is. It's going to be a great day. Charlie Peterson's in the house. Shane, good morning from Ireland. Good to have you here. Last Poet, Alexis, Lindsay Lynn, Maureen, Carol, Van. Good morning, addicts. Good morning, Van. Ginger Meadows is here. Laura, Lindsay Hendricks. We always seem to get both Lindsays at all times, and that's good, Lindsay. But when one Lindsay shows up, the other one shows up as well. I'm not sure. Are you two separate people, or do you have two devices? TW was up for the challenge, which is good. I love positivity in the face of imminent destruction. Yeah, it goes down in flames always, TW. It's just how the internet happens. Charlie Peterson sitting in a balmy 2 degrees Fahrenheit in New York City. Yeah, that's t-shirt weather for sure. KDQ says, Recovery Addict and friends, good morning. Utah's getting more snow. Oh, joy. You guys, that storm that came across Utah and sort of swept across the country, really, that's how it does. You know, it goes sort of from west to east, and as it gets further east, it sort of sweeps up into, generally up into the Canada area. I think I'm the only person who isn't going to get hit by that. And pretty much everybody else has, like, scattered tornadoes and everything. We might have a little bit of rain on Thursday. That's what's going to happen with us. But pretty much that's the benefit of being here out on the East Coast when the storm goes that direction. When they go the other direction, you guys get the benefit and I get the drawback. Miss Chris, sick kid, home day 2, always this time of year. Man, I hope he gets feeling better before Christmas. This is a rough time to be sick, Miss Chris. Maybe put him in front of recovery addicts. Maybe that'll help him. The blooper reel continues. Oh, it was bad yesterday, DMB. I just about cried myself to sleep last night. I was so frustrated with all the things that went wrong yesterday trying to fix it, and it was rough. But we will do better in the future. that will inspire me to never let that happen again. Matthew Harris, good morning. Hopefully everything goes well for you today, Matthew, in court and beyond, wherever your endeavors take you. Well, Mama, Mary Kay, Kay Lee, good morning from F. Kaylee, I think you might have hit the return button a bit early. Is there another anything else you want to add to that? Or maybe she's just frozen. That's what it is. Did I miss anyone? Jimmy King, good morning. Exodus 5. I think I'm starting to repeat people. Florida, says Kaylee. Good morning from Florida. We should just assume that F means Florida. Great to have you all here. It's going to be a crazy day today with more trial from, I need my remote, which is in my pocket, which is a good place to keep the remote if you ever lose it. But it's not a good place to use it from. We're going to hear more from Aaron Dean's trial today. And honestly, we don't know how long this is going to go. Prosecution was relatively quick. The whole process didn't take very long. But we're going to hear from more of defense witnesses. We anticipate we've only had 2 so far, Aaron Dean himself and the video expert. And I think the video expert came in that order just because they were paying for him by the hour. And public defenders, they try to limit the costs that they have to then turn and pass on to the court. So they go with whatever they can with his schedule. So he's in and out and done. And thankfully, because he was a little bit boring, a little on the dry side, even though he was talking about video and stuff like that. But let's see. Morning, everyone. Of course, he's watching FGTV on YouTube, says Miss Chris. Okay. Laura's doing well. Oh, Laura says he's doing well. Your hubby's doing well, and he's up and about. It's me, caught a nasty cold, and I feel miserable. Man, I hope you got some rest there last night, Toxic. Because, in addition to that, you also were taking care of the internet yesterday, as the loser or the winner yesterday. And that was a big chore for you. I would feel a little under the weather too if I had that responsibility. Katrina says, morning to everyone coming in. Go hit that like button. You have been warned. Looks like a few of you have already. Oh, no, only 28. 28. I was going to say that more than half, but it was just under. She was practicing her stenography. Who was practicing? I want to see someone type on a stenography machine. And I'm sure the lawyers in the house, Matthew Harris has probably seen it plenty. But what does it look like? I mean, it's not like each key press. I mean, is it a combination? Do you push 2 keys at once to make something? And that's different. Can one key make multiple things? I guess that's what I'm asking, because there are fewer keys on a stenography machine than there are, letters in the alphabet. Weather Watch. Weather going to impact the trial today? That's a question for Weather Watch. So let me know if you predict Mother Nature playing a role in today's trial. Did they get to redirect yesterday? MB, they did get to redirect. Are you talking about with Aaron Dean? Because they finished that, and they also did redirect on the video guy. So both of those witnesses are done. I guess Aaron Dean could be no. He's not going to be recalled. He's already testified for his defense. So we won't see them on the stand anymore. Can we watch you organize your cable on a weekend recovery? Then you guys would all unsubscribe if you saw the state of the cables. Honestly, it's so bad. The sun is coming out in my eyes here as we speak. So I guess that means morning's here. Good morning. Don't forget to subscribe, says Franco. Franco, good to have you here. Cat Law's here as well. I missed you, I think, the first time through. Nana Geek, also in the house. Good. Okay, we're all here. I'm here. Abby says, morning, I'm here. I'm here, but I'm not here. We've all had those mornings, Abby. Hopefully you're doing all right. I see some opinions already about the Aaron Dean case appearing in chat. There's some questions the jury has to answer on this one, and I think TW, I think you mentioned that one of them. If he had to be there, and like Aaron Dean said, I had to respond to that call. I was basically dispatched to that call, and he's assigned. It's his responsibility. It's his job, and his duty to respond. Somebody had to do that. And if you think that someone had to do that, was it right for him to do that? Or do you think more along the lines of the prosecution side that he should have called for backup and secured all the entrances and then gone about that way? Weather Watch says recovery addict is moving into the area right now with several tornado warnings. I wouldn't be shocked if it's delayed. Can we delay because of sunlight, like heavy sunlight in an area? I'm asking for a friend, but hopefully it doesn't get delayed too much. I would say that responding to a non-emergency call for an open door requires a much different approach than what was used. So, Charlie, do you think that the protocol needs to be changed, like that training on a training level? Because, I mean, realistically, I think the police respond almost anticipating a worst-case scenario in many instances. And now you'll probably have seasoned officers that will not have that same level of apprehension with each call as maybe a more juvenile or rookie officer might have. But should we train them for a worst case scenario every time, just in case? Do you have to know what's right behind you at all times, everywhere you're looking? Just anticipate the sniper in the second story window type setting, or can we have them respond with more of a neighborly type approach as law enforcement used to be? You used to have a neighborhood police officer who knew people and who would walk around and say hi, and you'd understand that he recognized vehicles. He knew the people who lived there. He knew what was out of place, and it just seemed to be a little friendlier in times gone by. Those times were ones I read about in a book. But interesting thoughts. Texas had a tornado hit. Prayers to our Texan friends. Where did that hit? I've got family and friends down there. They haven't said anything this morning about it, so hopefully everyone's well. Azimuth, good to have you here. Suzanne as well, sending good thoughts, and everyone's wishing the best for healing. Yeah, everybody who's got the crud that's going around, hope it just moves on and out of your life. Why the freak were Dean's attorneys allowing that? Oh, MB, you must be talking about the cross exam of Aaron Dean, which was brutal, and the pace of it was building and building and building. It was stacking up, and it was getting deeper, and you could see Aaron Dean was getting frustrated. He's up there, he's shaking his head. He's like, I just can't get any ground. I can't say what I want to say type thing. And his attorneys did nothing to step in, did nothing. There was no objection for any frivolous reason, which all he needs is a breath where Aaron Dean could come up and gasp for air and reset and then face the next question and focus and maybe be a little bit better in his response, or maybe look a little more controlled and things like that. But it didn't happen. Dean's attorneys just let him constantly just be pushed into a corner and say everything exactly the way the prosecution wanted him to say it. And it was almost misconduct, I think. It was so bad. It's a great day to drink out of a RA mug. It's always a great day to drink anything warm, especially warm on a cold morning out of an RA mug. He made mistakes, that's for sure, but I'm not sure if he should be on trial for murder, says Abby. Abby, I think in this age of accountability that we're requesting from the police departments, because there have been instances where police seem to have gone way beyond what they should do in a response, and that's fresh on the minds of a lot of people, especially here in the United States. With we've had protests, we've had all sorts of issues back and forth. We've had some other police shootings that had even tougher situations than this to decide on guilt and innocence, and a lot of people are upset on the outcomes. But I think the general push is for accountability and openness. And I think in this one, where there was a question, they felt that it was important to take it to a jury to let the jury decide. I do think the jury will decide that he's not guilty, or at least they'll end up with a hung jury. But I think for that reason, they didn't just rubber stamp it, as they seem to have done in years past with some shootings that as long as there's a weapon in the proximity of the defendant or the decedent in this case, then it's approved, justified. I see the defendant admitting it was almost all bad police work and hiding behind policy. Yes, bad protocol. Yeah, he admitted a lot of bad police work, but gave himself a B overall. But honestly, just from my experience with police officers, I've been there on ride-alongs. I've responded to calls where there's suspicious situations. I've been there and watched it happen, and the way the book says it happens is you call for backup and everything. That is not the reality of our police forces in the U.S. That's not how we do things. More often than not, it's one officer, sometimes two, checking something out. And then if something, and rarely is it the matter, but if something is the matter, then there's another call made. So I think the protocol book is written to protect the police departments. And in theory, it's written to protect the officer, but it isn't necessarily what is actually happening on the streets. Asmith Clark says, working on that December tan. I am. It's turning into a December burn right now, Asmith. It is, at least it's moving out of my eyes and down to my chin right now, so I'm getting at least even coverage. Good morning, Kim68. Good to have you here. We had a tornado about 5 miles south of us at 4 a.m., says Weather Watch. That's close. That's like, that's almost close enough to hear, right? Even the most basic traffic stop needs to be approached as if it's dangerous. I realize that there's precautions they can take, but a basic traffic stop shouldn't be treated like a felony stop. There's no reason for a police officer, when he pulls someone over for doing 6 over the speed limit, maybe 3 over the speed limit in a school zone or something like that, to approach with a firearm drawn, put your hands out the window, type thing. That there's no need for that, right? That's only done in certain situations where they know it's dangerous. And I'm wondering if where we don't know it's dangerous and it's only a possibility that could be dangerous, do we respond the same way, or should we respond the same way? I mean, you're still going to do a lot of the same things. You'll see a police officer touch the light or the back part of the car with their hand as they're walking up to it. And that's for a reason. That's to put their fingerprint on the car. That's that if something goes wrong, if later that car runs from them, they find it and they can dust it. There's many things they can do just with him having a fingerprint on the car, showing that was the vehicle he was at. Especially if something goes really wrong, goes south during the stop. Charlie, bad or good protocol? The officer is forced to respond, and if a gun appears, then gun things happen. I will say that guns tend to create more gun problems. I'm not against gun ownership. As a matter of fact, I own one myself, and have carried both openly and concealed in various settings. But a gun can escalate rather than de-escalate a situation, and accelerate as well. The good old days were much better. We can't quite turn back time, or else we would. Last poet, I think we would all accept that. Matthew Harris says, Recovered Act, the best way to explain the stenographer's typing is that it's like playing a piano. Multiple varying piano keys produce a different note, and multiple steno keys are different words. Is there a key combination for each word, or is it more of a spelling type thing? I got the impression that each time they made, I guess what you would say, like a chord, if we're using the piano scenario, each time you made a chord, that was a word. And so I wonder if maybe that's every word can be played in a single chord. Do I need sunblocker? I need sunblocker, but actually in about 5 minutes it'll be out of the way. Let's see, it's chilly today, but warmer than yesterday. Going to have the house to myself. That's wonderful. New tornado warning activated, and the courthouse is right in the warned area. All right, so that Weather Watch. Thank you for that information. That's gonna have play on this, I think, for sure. Now tell me, a warning is the warning is a level below the watch, right? So you're like, warning, this could happen, on watch is like, watch out, here it is. Is that correct? Am I understanding the warnings right? I probably should know this. I'm living in an area that does often get tornadoes. Charlie Peterson, I'm not convinced he even saw the gun. He didn't mention it until he saw it by the lady dying. Now, Charlie, I realize he said he saw the gun through the window, but he didn't see the hands. He just saw it pointed at him. And that for me was hard testimony to hear, that he couldn't see the hands, but he did see the gun. I think I said that wrong before. That he just saw the outline of a person and a gun barrel. And possibly, I wish we could see the gun she had. I'd like to know if it was chromed, if it was reflective, if what he was seeing was the reflection of the end of the gun, and for that reason it was bright and the things around it might not have shown up so well. But that is probably the worst possible explanation for that scenario going down that I could possibly imagine. That, other than just I saw something move and I shot. But it seemed very weak, but almost, I wouldn't say trigger happy. I would just say jumpy, and maybe the trigger pull was almost instinctive because he was scared. Using the story he told. How do you grade the defense? Would you give them a B+? Malapropised, no. I think they're doing a poor job. I think they do a great job. I'd give them an A on their opening statements. I'd give them an A there. Just listening. If you listen to nothing else but their opening statement, you would say, why is this in court? Why are we going here? There's no need. Why would they even press these charges? They did such a good job spelling it out, but the reason they did such a good job is they used all sorts of information that has not been produced at court. Things like the laser on his chest. It's like, yeah, well, now you've proved that the gun was pointed right at him and he was in imminent danger. At any moment, that gun could have gone off and killed him. Or his partner who was behind him. But then as testimony comes out, there's no evidence of a laser other than that, well, it was on the floor. The laser might have turned on when she dropped the gun after she was shot. And it's like, okay, that was like a key element that just didn't come out in court, and I don't know why they wouldn't. But obviously, if you didn't see it, you can't testify to seeing it. But still, yeah, I think they've done a very poor job, especially on defending their defendant during cross exams. Okay, can he lose his job? Lily, he actually resigned from his job as a police officer about 2 months after this happened. I believe this experience is more than he was expecting. Now there are people who say that they've seen his an interview with him, or his police interview, where he said he wouldn't have a problem shooting people, which is, it sounds like it's like, hey, I'm happy with shooting people. That's not a problem for me, and it sounds very callous and heartless. But at the same time, I've seen those applications that say for in a corrections facility. That question is on the resume, or it's on the questionnaire that you fill out, where it says, one of the duties sometimes is you have to be the guard in the tower with the gun. And can we count on you when the situation is right to pull the trigger when needed? And if you answer no, you don't get the job. So basically everyone in that scenario has to say, yes, I would be willing to kill someone if needed. So yeah, I just don't know. Let's see. Had the police officer just happened on the residence, then I would take Charlie Peterson's side. Justin Damon. I don't know what Lee. I'm not sure who Justine Damon is for PNE. Let me know if you want an answer on something. I'm not familiar with that person. It looks like still no feed from the courtroom, but we've got a little bit of time before that starts. Had he waited another few seconds before firing and said the word police, there would be no case. Of course, he could have been dead, if that too. Tough call. Katrina, you're right. And he had a couple things in his favor. He did have body armor on, which could have protected him, especially with where the bullet was. Of course, you're not trying to I wouldn't tell a police officer that, oh, you would have survived it, so just get shot. That's not the case. But generally, people don't shoot out their window at a shadow in the backyard. They don't shoot through the window at that. You might try to visibly scare them off. I mean, brandishing a gun to scare them off, I could see somebody doing that a lot sooner than just shooting through the window because you see someone outside your window. Because basically that's not legal, okay? And everyone knows that you can't just shoot someone because they're in your backyard. So I think the odds of her firing were lower. And so the police officer possibly could have, I'm not saying should have, but could have waited a little bit longer, at least to see if there was a reaction to his command before firing. Matthew Harris says the Tarrant County Courthouse is currently under tornado warning, radar indicated rotation, and I haven't seen anything confirmed. Well, we got from Weather Watch that same information that the courthouse is possibly going to be the next scene of the Twister 7 movie or whatever. Confirmed on the ground. Okay, haven't seen anything confirmed on the ground. Be safe, please do, everybody. The longer I watched The Cross last night, the more I felt like, I wonder how the jury sees this jerk of an attorney. Now I think MB, you're onto something there, because he pushed it a lot, and he actually got many of the objections when the defense finally woke up and started saying, "Hey, you're badgering our witness." They were sustained. Those objections were sustained, and the sidebar comments and things were they were sustained as well. But I think he might have pushed too hard. He might have been trying too hard to make him look like a bad guy. And so there might have been some sympathy in the minds of the jury for the defendant, especially when he was so truthful about everything, even the things that made him look bad, right? When he's saying that was bad police work, he's like, yeah, I failed there, basically. And he's admitting, and he's not up there trying to make himself look good and justify it. He's like, I did everything right, everything I could. No, he's up there saying, yeah, I made mistakes. I should have done better. I let my co-officer down. But he's not saying I made a mistake in the shooting. He said I would still do that in that scenario. As hard as it is, if she raised the gun at me again, I would still shoot her. But he's saying, I'm not a perfect cop, and by doing that, he looks human. He doesn't look superhuman. He looks human, and the jury might have had some sympathy building for him, and then the attacks could have actually been counterproductive for the prosecution in the jury's mind, if that's the case. Nenegeek says, why didn't the neighbor call the house before police? Why were there two rookies by themselves? Nenegeek, I've thought about this a little bit. I was thinking about it last night. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, where I said, if it were me, I'd go to my neighbors and knock on the door. And yes, I would do that. But there are some neighbors right in my neighborhood that we just don't have anything in common. We don't have any, their lifestyle is so different than my own. They don't have any kids my kids' age. We're completely different political spectrum. There's nothing to bond over other than the fact that we live in the same town, right? And in that scenario, I probably wouldn't go up to the door and say, "Hey, something looks a little fishy here in the yard. What's going on?" I wouldn't call them to say, I probably wouldn't even call if I saw smoke in the backyard. It's like, hey, that's weird. I wonder if they're barbecuing or something. But yeah. Why were there two rookies by themselves? They were rookie cops, but he was actually, I guess I was wrong initially. He's been on the force for about a year, like on his own. Like he's been there for a year, and that's still fairly new, but it's not completely unexperienced. And she was much newer, had only been out for about 3 months at the time. And that's on her own 3 months. She's had some experience before then. Gang wars in Chicago don't make this case any more or less serious. That's bad logic. Yeah, there's, from just a gun numbers standpoint, obviously the gang scenario is very bad, but it is a little different scenario than this. Anyone having audio problems? Hopefully not me. Just checking the audio levels. I seem to have a good level. We had audio problems yesterday. The court has major audio problems. Earlier, it was the coughing was so bad, a couple days ago, that that was just we all got infected just from listening. And then yesterday there was gulping, constant gulping, as everyone's just chugging water. And the microphones picked up every. It was pretty bad. Now that made me cough. Excuse me. Weather Watch says there's a massive CC drop just counterclockwise. A CC drop just east of Lake Worth. I believe a large tornado is on the ground. Weather Watch, we might need to patch you in. Just talking about having to drink water made me need water, and I don't have my mug for an ASMR moment for you. Canned Laughter says, I think it was absolutely unintentional, but still grossly negligent. Considering that it was trained and sworn and given the power, he must also bear the responsibility. Regardless of how I view the case, my focus was on that attorney and how cruel he seemed. The cop came off as weak and the lawyer a bully. Oh, so warning is the bad one, says Matthew Harris. I'm way behind. Holy cow. There could be a whole town wiped off the map right now. Because I'm so far behind in chat. I'm going to have to scroll down just a little bit to see what's happening. You guys are talking super fast. National Weather Service says tornadoes on the ground. Where do you see the debris ball on the radar? Hey, Tiffany Marie, welcome. We're doing sort of a weather watch as the courthouse this morning is into the path of a tornado apparently. MB says I watched The Cross last night by myself and I had no one to vent to. It was traumatic. Well, you're here now. You can let it all out right now. You're in a good spot for that. Can you please send me some sunlight? I'm sick of your rain. Thanks so much. Tag, welcome. Good to have you here. Mac as well. Cloudy 44 in WMC. MC. Is that Western? Is it supposed to be NC? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can pull up on my phone the weather to see this rotation in Texas. See if I can get a radar pulled up here. Okay, let's pull up the map. Okay. Trying to find this. What area were you at? We're in Tarrant County. Okay, so let me see if I can bring this on here. My phone is 6. There we go. So this is what I can see here. Is this the area we're looking at right here in Fort Worth? If we zoom in, I'm not seeing much. Obviously, this is a much lower cost and resolution radar than you guys have. But man, that line is serious. I think we need to be paired up with officers who have more experience for longer than a year. Maybe that would be the fix. Toxic. I mean, hopefully. So that's the area. Is it right over Fort Worth? That's crazy. All right. Well, anyway, we'll keep them in mind here as I'm watching this weather radar just keep ramping here. Let me go back to. Okay, so there we go, right here. So we have a tornado warning active now, ends in 10 minutes. Tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 a.m. Central Time for northern Tarrant County. Confirmed tornado was located over River Oaks, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, damaging tornado. It's a radar confirmed tornado. Impact flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged and destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornado will be near Saginaw and Blue Mound around 8:25 a.m., Haltom City around 8:30, Watauga and Richland Hills around 8:35, Fort Worth, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Euless, Bedford, Hearst, Colleyville, North Richland Hills, and DFW International Airport around 8:45. So we'll get some delays out of that one for sure. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Lake Arlington, Dalworthington Gardens, Westover Hills, and Lake Worth. Precautionary preparedness actions. To repeat, the tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Okay, so crazy. So please stay safe down there, those who are in that area. Hope the court and all the juries and everything are safe as well. We might get a little bit of a delay from that one as a result. Let's see, I'm not seeing anything live yet from Law and Crime or any of the other channels as well. So hopefully everything was good. Tornadoes are just a part of life here. I overheard an older lady in the grocery store say a couple of years ago, well, tornadoes got in the barn again this year, like it was a raccoon. It happens, you know. Your raccoons are pretty common as well. So if only they only caused the same amount of damage. Matthew Harris to James Rogers. Let's see, James. Where's James? As a civil attorney, I don't get to see many criminal defendants testify. However, the police officer's response that he could have stayed home to remain safe was callous and not very smart. Yeah, the wording choice was awful. You know, I could have just stayed home, then there wouldn't have been any danger. Well, she did stay home, and there was a danger. And I didn't see that as a joke. I just saw it as, you know, the time you should expound on your answer is not then, and not that way. But James, thanks for being here. Civil attorney, good to have more official people in the house. Okay. So no court weather delay. I'm waiting for the word here. I'm not seeing anything yet. Has anyone seen an official tweet come out or anything on court from Fort Worth this morning? Okay. Just checking my sources here. I'm not seeing it yet. Is our Weather Watcher the same as the Weather Watcher channel? Pretty much. You get the same effect, Christine. Send a text to the burner. Thank you, Weather Watch. Let me take a look at that really quickly. Let me do this here. Can I call you Weather Watch? Does that work? Just waiting for a response here. I know we've got a few seconds delay. All right, give me just 1 second. Let's see if we can bring you on.
Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Weather Watch. How's it going?
Good, good. How are you?
Good. You're live right now, so you might have to turn off your live stream audio because in a couple seconds you'll hear yourself. But can you give us an update on the tornado situation down there?
Yeah, so currently on the Tarrant County Courthouse Twitter, they retweeted the Fort Worth Office of Emergency Management. All outdoor warning sirens have been sounded and seek shelter immediately. They released that about 20 minutes ago. So you're going to expect a delay there. These storms are going to continue to move in this, what we call squall line. It's going to continue moving east, southeast, and it's going to be a big weather day for the remainder of East Texas into Louisiana and Mississippi. As time goes on and the temperatures rise, there's a lot of available energy in the atmosphere. So any and all of our viewers in that Louisiana, Mississippi, East Texas area need to be weather aware for the day. We expect to see several more tornadoes from now until tonight.
So is this going to come through in like waves, like line upon line type thing as it moves through, like several fronts, or is it?
So this system's a little bit different since it's a major squall line. We're not going to see isolated supercells that kind of pop up. These are going to be spin-up tornadoes that are going to be basically kind of appearing at the front edge of this line as the day goes on.
Okay. So once this area in say like Fort Worth, once this passes over them, or is there more that's like down the road that will be coming, or is this just going to move across the country as sort of like a single line? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. As this line continues to move east, everything on the back side of it will be in the clear for the remainder of the day. So it's just a matter of watching just in front of these lines and right on the line. But as mentioned, once it moves through a given area, then everyone will be in the clear in those spots for the day.
Well, hopefully there's not any damage from this. Hopefully it doesn't touch down an area where it's populated by. I think this is a populated area, right? I'm not familiar with the suburb area. Is this in towns? Is this in cities, or is this sort of out in the country?
Yes, the particular warning that was over the courthouse this morning, especially, is a very large metropolitan area. Lots and lots of people, and with the National Weather Service confirmed tornado on the ground at that time. And then, as I mentioned in chat, the CC drop that I showed, what that basically shows is a big debris ball. And that looked to be a very big size signature on radar. And it looked, from what I could tell, that was maybe 10 to 15 miles just northwest of the courthouse, probably about, I want to say, 30 minutes ago.
Okay. Well, awesome. Thank you very much for that professional update. I appreciate you. We'll have to bring you in with video sometime as well, so you can share some of what you're looking at with us, so we can visualize some of what's happening. But thank you very much. Appreciate you being there, and appreciate your willingness to share that with all of us.
Yeah, sounds great. Happy to help.
All right. We'll catch you later. Bye.
All righty. Bye-bye.
So thank you, Weather Watch, for that quick update. From someone who knows, that sounds scary. I'll keep a lookout. With it being in town like that, there's a good chance that there's video footage of the tornadic activity. So we might be able to see some of that here soon and just get an idea of what damage was caused. It's a debris ball on radar. And the debris ball basically means it's picking up stuff from the ground. And that, as that stuff gets up in the air, the radar is seeing it flying around. So that's what the ball is. It's items from the ground up in the sky showing up on a radar. What was a CC drop? Was that counterclockwise? Is that what we're talking about, the rotation? So the drop would be the actual funnel that drops down the counterclockwise. Need a little more water here. Trying to see if we've got some footage out of Fort Worth right now that might be good. Let's see, search. I'm gonna bring in WFFA or WFAA right now.
Just the devastation there. I mean, it was one of
Just
those
for a quick
locations
update.
that did have a tornado-warned storm, and eventually it went into portions of northwestern Denton County.
Yeah.
And I also just got word, by the way, that the tornado warning for Tarrant County was actually allowed to expire. There's still some monitoring going on for any needs downstream as this line goes into Dallas County. And something else that we'll be watching too, we're seeing a little bit of indication of maybe some strengthening of some storms in Denton County as well.
That's good news if they allowed the watch to expire.
And also some really strong winds over Grapevine and
at least the conditions are no longer there. Maybe this warned storm has disappeared now or broken up. But I mean, there's still going to be this threat as this line moves through. You can see it's going left to right across the screen.
There it goes.
We are.
Yeah, I was going to mention we may see a new warning come out of that. And again, this is the same storm that did have some indication of rotation. This is the same storm that caused the radar confirmed tornado in western Tarrant County, but it's now moving towards DFW Airport.
That's
there
good.
We can see
All right.
it already impact.
Okay, so yes, it's scary. It's terrifying. It sounds like it's moved through that area, and it's now moving. You know, those warnings will just progress across the country. Patricia says, I'm going to have to juggle YouTube channels today because I have severe weather calls for Ryan Hall-Y'all. Ryan Hall-Y'all is a fantastic YouTube channel, a professional weatherman turned YouTuber that is just amazing. I am in envy of his knowledge, his expertise, and his equipment, as well as his network for getting information from severe storms to the viewers. It's fantastic. And you will not regret watching him either. This channel has pickles, trials, and weather reports. Well, in this case, we only brought the weather report in because the warning was right where the trial is. As a matter of fact, the channel that normally shows the trial is currently showing the weather report and the warning. So that's sort of what brought that on. Typically, we're not following weather quite so closely. Other than we'd like to know what everyone's weather is wherever you're watching from. Multiple 18-wheelers overturned on I-20 report on Weather Nation. Man, you know, those big trucks in flatlands, there's just nowhere to hide. And a crosswind will just tip them over like dominoes. Let's see, I'm going to see if we can tune into some sort of police scanner from the area as well. That might be able to give us just a picture of what's happening from a law enforcement standpoint in response to this. But see, does Tarrant County give us anything? A little bit. Arlington. Here we go. This is Tarrant County Fire and EMS. Let's see if I can bring this up. Not hearing anything yet. We have a population of Mennonites who have horse and buggies, so I call them shopping carts in Canada. That was a simpler day, you know, when it was just a horse and buggy. Tom says, do you use an app for police scanners? Yes, I do, Tom. As a matter of fact, we were talking about that yesterday. Let me show you really quickly. The one I use is this one right here. It's called Police Scanner Plus, and I like it because it's free. The ad's not very intrusive. It's right at the beginning of the stream, and then it tends to just let you listen.
299 West I-20 Freeway eastbound. 4201 to 4299
This is
West
from the app right now.
I-20 Freeway eastbound. Cross Street West I-20 eastbound. Cranberry Ramp. Map A9 King.
It's interesting.
Commercial automatic alarm. 7208 Park West Circle. 7208 Park West Circle. Cross Street Brad
So that's a
Drive.
commercial alarm. A lot of times alarms can be triggered by storms, whether it's shaking the doors and triggers a door sensor or breaks a window or something in that way. So you do get a lot of storm triggered alarms. My brother-in-law is Matthew Stephen instead of Matthew Harris, or Stephen's the middle name, Matthew Stephen. He's definitely not a lawyer. He's trying to be a comedian.
Bound 4201 to 4299 West I-20 Freeway eastbound. Cross Street West at 20 eastbound. Granbury Ramp. Map 89 King.
This dispatch is automated, like robotic, which is interesting. I mean, I guess it makes it easier to hear things when you know the voice and what they're trying to say, but I'm used to hearing a human on the radio giving dispatch calls. Katrina says, I'm sitting here watching snowfall. I'll probably have to go dig my parents' driveway out today. Robo Lady Cop, that's who we're hearing. Good afternoon from freezing cold England, says Ashley. Ashley, welcome back. I know you were stayed up late with us last night. Hope you got enough rest. Court is on Law and Order. Yes, they are. Give me a second here.
Besides police departments here in the Metroplex, would you agree with that?
Yes, there were. I was in District 1 when I retired. I was the captain and the station commander. There were approximately 800,000 residents in my district, and I had 174 deputies.
In addition to the 174 deputies under your command, did you also command other agencies were assigned to you and fell under your command?
In a previous assignment as the task force commander, yes. I was part of a joint task force with FBI, DEA, other federal agencies, as well as local agencies.
So this is another defense witness. I've missed who he is.
County, were you invited to be a candidate?
Let me see if I can go back and find that.
I was.
On a different
Do you recall what session
device.
you graduated from?
Session 247.
And how long is the program at the National Academy?
The FBI National Academy is a leadership program. It's approximately 10 weeks in length there at aboard the Marine base at Quantico, Virginia.
Have you had training during your career or your doctoral studies in use of force incidents?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the court?
I've had the training that any other peace officer gets. I've also reviewed several other studies involving use of force, the mechanics of force, as well as the legal liabilities of force. I've also reviewed many use of force incidents.
Have you attended any classes from the Force Science Institute?
Yes, I have. I graduated from their main program, their 40-hour program in, I want to say, February of 2018.
40-hour, that's 1 week.
The northern Midwest part of the country, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of NTOA, the National Tactical Officers Association, the TTPOA, the Texas Tactical Police Officers Association.
Stay safe, KQD.
The IABTI, the International Association of Bomb Technicians and Investigators. On the practitioner side, on the professional side, I'm a member of the ACJS, the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences.
We're going to switch feeds to a different feed. It's going to be a little jump in time here.
Society.
How does a police officer get to be part of a bomb squad?
Unlucky at best.
In Harris County, when you were there, you helped form the bomb squad of the Harris County Sheriff's Department, correct?
I did. I was one of the first members.
So you had to have specialized training at the Redstone Arsenal in Alabama on how to be a bomb tech. Is that safe to say?
That's correct. Class B-186.
You were hired early on in this.
Why are we not getting the right video here?
Jim Lane.
Yes.
To look at Aaron's use in Alabama on how to be a bomb tech. Is that safe to say?
Here we go. We're back.
That's correct.
A tiny bit
Class
back in time.
B-186.
You were hired early on in this defense by Jim Lane.
Yes.
To look at Aaron's use of force in this case and make some recommendations to us and ultimately maybe some opinions to the triers of fact. That was your engagement with us.
Yes.
And you know that we're going to compensate you for that when this is all over.
Yes.
At least you hope so, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Keep in mind I still have access to explosives.
Yes.
Did he just threaten to bomb them if they didn't pay the bills From the witness stand?
No Chief Prosecutor over here understands that full well. It's the green light, right? Okay. So
oh my goodness.
We're
only in Texas, right?
Expert hearing. I think the state defense, we talked briefly before we went on the record of just going through your background and just your observation.
Well, the coughing's back.
You
Good.
Intend to elicit today. Not a full, we're not going to dive into it. Judge, may we go off the record for just a second?
Yes.
Dale, it's just, you want just, here, okay. Judge, may we resume?
Absolutely.
All right. Dr. Kuntz, can you give us, you formed some opinions in looking at this information, correct?
That was the quickest off the record I've ever heard.
And as part of that information, we provided you, I think, everything that we got our hands on that Mr. Smith and Ms. Diener provided us under 3914, we gave it to you so you could have access to it. Is that correct?
I received a number of documents, yes.
In addition to documents, crime scene photos, extra photos that the state may have produced and given to us, videos from every officer that was out there.
I'm sorry, from every
Videos?
officer? Yes.
Videos from every officer out there?
Yes.
You're kind of hard of hearing sometimes, correct?
I am, I'm sorry.
Probably because of the
Did you not wear
explosions.
protection when you were downrange at some point?
What?
Okay.
This is bizarre.
Pay attention, mister. All right. So what opinions are you here to give to the jury? Can you give us a high-level overview of what your...
He's mocking this
thoughts are on
expert
looking at
witness.
this use of force incident?
There are two incidents. The first, obviously, is the use of force itself. Was that proper police work? Was it justifiable under Texas law? And as well as the police procedures that were used by Officer Dean and Officer Darch in handling this call.
So if we were to maybe break it down into three chunks, there's before they get to the gate, and then there's a couple incidents inside the gate. Is that a safe way to look at this?
Yes.
Can you take us what your opinions are before they got to the gate?
In general or in detail?
In general.
Their approach to the scene, the way they handled that scene, the way they walked through the scene was proper police work, given the nature of the call and what they observed on that scene.
And you base that upon everything you've had available to you in pretrial discovery, plus you got to listen to Officer Dean testify, correct?
That's correct.
Then you have, if we were to break the time down inside the gate, there's two sequences of time I think you're here to testify about. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the first sequence of time?
The first sequence of time is Officer Dean's approach to the window. And as we saw Mr. Fredericks point out yesterday, there is a deep breath. When we hear that deep breath on Officer Dean's body-worn camera, we see, based on the camera angle, we see him straightening up. It appears he might be stepping back slightly. The thumb comes off of the flashlight, and we now know that he's drawing his weapon. That's the first step. And then there's a second step. Do you want me to go further on the first step?
If Mr. Smith does, he'll ask you some questions here in a second. He
Okay.
said broad strokes, and then he can ask you some follow-up.
Okay.
The second sequence, where does that start?
As part of the first sequence, Officer Dean, once he draws his weapon, he begins to step forward to track what he's just seen and keep track of what he's just seen. But as he does that, he's confronted by a subject pointing a pistol at him. And at that time, he fires his pistol.
The fourth phase, I believe, of your testimony is the response to render aid that takes you leaving the gate and going into the residence till Dean turns his camera off and is put in a patrol car. Is that correct?
Yes.
What observations do you plan on providing the jury about that?
Essentially, that Officer Dean immediately got on the radio, notified dispatch there had been shots fired. Immediately after that, asked for, I believe up here it's called MedStar, medical assistance for the individual that he had just shot. As they are backtracking out and going to the front door, he's asking Officer Darch if she has her TAC Med bag, which is basically a a small first aid type of kit to render aid, and then ultimately when they make entry into the residence and renders aid there.
The fifth point for that area would be how, I believe, how Officer Dean or how officers are trained to move weapons away from individuals.
Yes.
And what is your thoughts on that?
Police officers are trained to do exactly that. If you have an individual down, now whether they're injured, whether they're not injured, the extent to which they're injured, if there is a weapon close by, get the weapon away from them. One, we do not want
so
them
Charlie,
to have access
well,
to
he's
it.
talking about this. Your question,
Two,
does the
we
video
don't
show the
want to be
suspect points a
stepping
pistol
on
at him? No, it
our
doesn't.
first responders
The
will
testimony
not approach
yesterday,
a subject
the
to
expert
render aid if
basically
there's a weapon
said
right there
that
with them.
that he could see and,
So this
drew out for the
basically
jury,
prevents
frame by
further
frame,
harm.
exactly where the
It
pistol
prevents
was as it was being raised and pointed at him.
necessity,
I'm not sure if it
perhaps for
showed
another shot
the
being
moment it was
fired,
pointed at him because
and
of
it
the positioning
speeds,
behind where the light
the
was,
ability for,
but he
first
claimed
responders
at least to be able to see the arm and the hand with the dark object in it rising up towards the window.
Dr. Coons, are you aware of any Fort Worth training that would tell an officer not to announce his presence at an open structure call?
Yes.
Where is that specifically?
I don't know it specifically, but it is common practice. It is common, and it's in Fort Worth policy, that caution is to be used when approaching possible crime scenes.
But where specifically, in any training, did you review all the training documents for Officer Dean? For Officer Dean?
To some extent, yes.
So specifically, where is the instruction to Officer Dean not to announce himself at an open structure call?
It would be in the scene approach training.
Did you review that?
Not the lesson plan, no.
Do you know specifically, from what you reviewed, that Officer Dean was told specifically not to announce his presence at an open structure call?
In those specific terms, dealing with that specific call, no.
Okay. No further questions.
Pretty correct. Any objections to this witness testifying?
Okay, so that was a quick witness. So
Okay.
was he the use of force expert?
No objection.
Jury here? Jury's here.
Okay,
Y'all
so
ready to go?
this is a new witness.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
We're going to hear from him later today. I was going to say that was super quick. When they said is a jury here, that means this was new evidence that the defense has brought up and that they're presenting, I believe, and so they're presenting it so that the prosecution has a chance to hear him. Is that right? Charlie, I agree. I've watched it frame by frame as well. I mean, I literally slowed it down and watched it frame by frame using Final Cut Pro, and I can't see. I can see some motion, but I'm having a hard time even assigning a body part or a shape to that motion. I'm not an expert on that analysis, but for me, I have a hard time seeing that.
All right, folks, so we're watching here that they were qualifying the defense's
we're going to go over here
use of force.
We'll go over here to L&C real quick. Okay, so they qualified the defense use of force witness, and then they said, are you ready for the jury? So the jury's going to be coming out here in just a minute. I guess this is what they do down there to present him as an expert. And the prosecution gets a chance to question him and everything and get an idea of what the testimony is going to be. The actual testimony will probably be dry again because he's an expert, and it will probably be a lot more in depth than what we just heard because as you heard from the defense, it says just in broad strokes tell us these answers. But we already know that the prosecution on cross is going to go up in front of the jury and say, you can't point to a single line of the training, the operating instructions for police officers, the general orders, the training handbook that tells him not to announce. you can't point to that. And so far, no one's been able to. He's, on the stand, Aaron Dean testified that he was taught that by multiple instructors, but he can't point to a written instruction that says that. It's interesting that people are afraid of a boxer but not a 220-pound Mastiff. Everyone wants to touch him when we go out. Yeah, that's funny. Mastiffs are huge dogs. Boxers are just so energetic. They're like hyper huskies. Hot chocolate is ready. Abby's handing it out. Please get some as we settle in for the beginning of court. Charlie, you're right. They can capture more than the eye can focus on, but at the same time, the camera was at a lower angle. It was a lower viewpoint at the shoulder instead of the eyes, so there was a foot difference close up to that window where he could see down inside that the camera could not see. So it sort of goes both ways on this particular case.
Come on, may be seated. We're waiting on one juror.
We have one juror in the bathroom, I think. Probably not delayed because of the weather, hopefully. Fake Amazon just called to say I bought a computer. I didn't. I hate scammers and love Jim Browning for showing me what scammers do. Tag, I love Jim Browning. That and the scammer payback is also a good one as well. I love to mess with scammers myself. Unfortunately, my voice is not the target market for them, and so usually just by me saying hello, they hang up, and so I don't get to play with them as much as I'd like. But I need a voice changer. Glad you switched to a different stream. We like your breakdown on how to answer questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Bet y'all never thought you'd have to swing to the courthouse this morning. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Brissett.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense would call Dr. J. Koontz to the stand.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Koontz.
Good morning.
How are you currently employed or otherwise occupied?
I'm an assistant professor of practice with Sam Houston State University.
For those that may not know where Sam Houston State is, where is that located?
It's down in Huntsville, Texas.
And how long have you worked with Sam Houston State?
I've been on full-time faculty since my retirement in December.
I do not have a dog.
And then I was an adjunct faculty member there prior to that.
Where did you retire from full-time?
The Harris
Isabella,
County Sheriff's
I'll put it in
Office
chat
Houston,
for you,
Texas.
okay?
How long were you at Harris County?
36 years.
Were you a certified Texas peace officer during that 36 years?
I was.
And do you still have a certified Texas peace officer license?
I do.
And there's different levels the jury's heard about. Aaron and Carol had a basic. What level do you hold?
I have a Master Peace Officer certificate as well, a license, as well as an instructor's license.
36 years before you retired, you had to go to an academy, correct?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go to?
If you want, I can put a link for that hot chocolate.
The Harris County Sheriff's Academy, there in Houston.
In chat.
You've had a chance to listen to some of the testimony here this week and review the materials in this case. 36 years ago, they
let me get it for you 1 second.
That they do today in the police academies?
The basics, yes.
In addition to going to a police academy, what other type of training have you had that prepares you to come to court today?
I've had a number, literally thousands of hours of in-service training throughout my time with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. I've also attended the FBI Hazardous Devices School in Redstone Arsenal, Alabama, where I was certified as a bomb technician. I have attended the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, which is a leadership and management school for police administrators throughout the United States and throughout many parts of the world.
Dr. Coons, to be called doctor, what type of formal education do you have as well?
Well, I completed my doctoral studies in 2004 there at Sam Houston. Prior to that, I completed a master's degree in 98 and then my bachelor's degree in 1980. Yes, 1980.
Your doctoral's in criminal justice?
It is.
And what is criminal justice from the educational perspective? What are you teaching?
What I teach in our Master of Science program, which is geared toward mid-career practitioners. So we're talking sergeants, lieutenants, captains in law enforcement agencies throughout Texas. In our online program throughout the United States, we've even got some students with the Chinese National Police. And we basically bring them up to speed on several aspects in criminal justice. I teach management and administration, administration and leadership, as well as ethics, and then human resources.
Why ethics to mid-range police officers?
Ethics is critical to policing in the United States. Not so much if you're in a totalitarian dictatorship, but here we need to understand
we hope we're not
so
in
much
that.
what to do at times, but what's the right thing to do. And that's very important for police leadership.
In addition to the training you've talked about, did you also go to a program called the Force Science Institute?
I did. I attended Force Science in February of 2018, and it talks a lot about human dynamics, the speed at which people can perceive things, react to things, and other subjects along those lines.
In your time at Harris County, in addition to being part of the bomb squad, did you rise to a level of supervisory position inside the department?
I did. I joined the agency in September of 1982. I made sergeant in August of 1985, lieutenant October of 88, and then captain in May of 97.
Is part of your duties, the Harris County Sheriff's Department set up a little bit different than some of the departments here in the Metroplex. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, I just put a link in chat for the hot chocolate. It's it's a bulk order. It's buying 4 containers of it, but at that price, when you buy 4, it's better than when you buy 1.
But it's also very heavily densely
This is the
populated
price
as well.
where the value is really good, and you can give the other 3 as gifts, Christmas gifts, and people will love them. But that's the hot chocolate that I love.
Yes.
And that is an affiliate link. It doesn't cost you any extra. It's just I'm an affiliate with Amazon. And if you do buy it through that, then I get a little tiny reward.
800,000 people and 174 deputies.
In your role as a commander of that sector, do I have that right, commander, or what was the title for that?
District commander.
Did you have to review use of force reports?
I did.
What is a use of force report?
This is something that's relatively new in policing, probably about the last 15 years or so. It's a general rule in American policing now that any time an officer uses force,
I own an old house that I have not fixed yet.
They generate a separate report detailing the force that was used, the resistance that required that use of force, where the force was applied, what category of force was used, and that way we can keep detailed records.
It's a treat. It's amazing.
To what is basically
so
working and what's not working.
When you look at a use of force report, those can happen from simple laying hands on an individual.
Yes.
All the way up to the discharge and use of deadly force. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And is your role, you were responsible for reviewing those for your sector and making decisions whether to send them up the chain of command or finish them at your level? Is that safe to say?
All except for officer-involved shootings. Now, there I would review, but an officer-involved shooting, the decisions are made at a much higher level.
Whether it's a simple use of force with hands or an officer-involved shooting, it's important to walk through the process and evaluate this from the eyes of the officer at the time, knowing what they knew. Is that a safe statement?
Absolutely.
You've had a chance to review a bunch of materials when Mr. Lane retained you to be part of the defense team. Is that safe to say?
Yes, it is.
You've had a chance to look at State's Exhibit 1 and then the work that Mr. Fredericks did on the video, breaking it down frame by frame and showing you what you could discard from the image and what you could pay special attention to, correct?
Yes.
Are you prepared to walk the members of the jury through how you would grade and walk through this use of force situation here today?
I am.
Down frame by
We're switching
frame,
just a little bit here. Got a better feed to
what you
take.
could discard from the image and what you
Back up just a couple
pay
seconds,
special attention
but
to, correct?
Yes.
Are you prepared
more
to
use
walk
of
the
force
members of the jury
testimony
through how you
incoming.
would grade and walk through this use of force situation here today?
I am.
In addition, there's been a lot of talk, and you've been here this week. Expert row is right here on the front row behind us. A lot of discussion about general orders.
Yes.
You're aware that Fort Worth has general orders.
Yes.
Is it safe to say every department in the country has general orders?
I would hope so.
Department of Justice for their agents has an overarching set of general orders for their agents as well.
Yes.
You looked at academy materials. In addition to academy materials from Fort Worth, you know, if you do, that TCOL, the certification body for you and other peace officers, the sheriffs that are here in the room, have basics that you have to teach to, a minimum level. Is that safe to say? As part of their criteria to be a peace officer, you got to know this?
Yes.
If we could break this down,
You
let's
noticed
start
that,
from
yeah.
the time they receive a call.
Thanks, Bella. Appreciate
Why
that.
is it important to get the most information possible on the screen to the officers when they go to a scene?
Well, the more fully briefed an officer is when he or she is en route to a scene, the better they're able to make decisions about how to handle that scene.
You've seen the call text that's been admitted, the typed words, and then you've listened to the audio for the dispatch and seen the NBC printouts, correct?
Yes.
You understand that the play call for this from
He's
dispatch
pretty much
was
a
signal
bomb
56,
squad technician
correct?
expert,
Yes.
and
your
he's
understanding
now
of
branching
the
out into the world of
signal 56
testifying use of force.
Signal 56 is an open structure.
As the expert, you've had a chance to review all the general orders. What's it tell you to do if you're Carol and Aaron at the time they get a signal 56 dispatch?
A Signal 56, according to Fort Worth PD policy, is to be handled as an alarm call.
Is there a particular, there's audible alarm?
So sorry,
and
MB, that
silent
does not
alarm.
sound fun at all.
They're both different in the playbook, correct?
Yes.
Which type of alarm are they supposed to treat this as?
Audible.
Okay? If they treat it as a silent, you need to look at the book.
Excuse me, yeah, it's silent. My apologies.
Okay.
The expert just messed up his
Treat it as a
testimony.
silent alarm,
Yes.
and it has steps. They don't say you have to go in order, but there's a checklist that you have to accomplish, correct?
Yes.
The deputies under your command during your 3 decades at the Harris County Sheriff's Office, would you expect that your deputies would know each step for every one of the things in a general orders book that's 3 inches thick?
Well, I would expect they would have a good working knowledge of it, as I had a good working knowledge of it.
And are topics like that covered during these roll calls that you would have with deputies each day if there was a point of emphasis from command that we needed to address some issues? Hey, we've been sloppy on the radio. Here's the procedure for making radio calls. That type of stuff can be cleaned up in a group setting.
Yes.
So you've read the general orders for Fort Worth. Do they require Aaron and Carol that night to have a general understanding of all the orders?
Yes, they do.
General understanding, and they have to be able to function and adapt the orders to the scene that they're faced with. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Why is that important when you're looking at stuff?
Well, In policing, we're dealing with human beings. That's where the term police comes from, polis, meaning people. You can't write a policy and a procedure that applies to all people and all police officers in all situations. They call them general orders, and they are, but it's understood that sometimes an officer on the scene literally has to call an audible or handle something a way that might not be entirely in keeping with policy. And after that call, that officer is made to answer for why that deviation was taken, and they have to justify their actions.
Based on the call text that you've seen, and it's been admitted into evidence, is parking on Mississippi appropriate for these two officers?
Yes.
What are your thoughts on how they ultimately walked up to the house in question?
Well, there's, number one, the officers didn't know what they had, other than there was an open door. Why? Is it because the residents simply wanted the door open, or had something else occurred there? So, we discussed family disturbances, how you approach those family disturbances. When you're coming up on a scene, what police officers are trained to do generally is, one, not walk right up to the front door. You don't go up the path. You would walk across the yards, and before you get to the house where the call is, whether it's an open door call, whether it's a family disturbance, something like this, you stop and you listen. You try to listen to see what's going on.
I think
you're trying to gain information.
I think the defense spent all their expert witness testimony money on the cameraman expert. This guy does not come across as really convincing or even knowledgeable.
So you listen, you look, and then you come up and approach the residents.
What observations do you have of once they got up to the front door, the process?
This is a retired professor who's also done law enforcement. He's got some bomb squad expertise. He's testifying about use of force and general police practices.
They approach the front door, they look inside, and again, this is proper. They're trying to gain information. And from the testimony I've heard and from the things that I've read, the photographs I've seen, the interior of that house was a mess.
MB, that was self-defense.
The
log acted in
self-defense. Is it the maid's day off, or is it being burgled? Has something gone on in there? It could be many things right then. It's not necessarily one thing or the other. They're gaining some information at that point. So what does Fort Worth policy tell them to do? It tells them to go make a go-around to the structure to check for forced entry. So they're there at the door, they're looking, they don't see anybody in the living room area that they can see through the door, so they cross that threshold and they turn the corner and they're going up the what we call the B side of the house. Think of it this way. If the front of the house facing the street, that's the A side, then it's B, C, and D. So now they're on the B side and they're approaching that second door.
You listened to some questions yesterday about how Aaron and Carol cleared the door on the A side and then the door on the AB side, as it makes the term, the B side.
Yes.
What observations do you make as a supervisor or as a police officer in general of how they cleared those doors?
Again, it depends on the situation. If they just had an armed robbery suspect run in there, you're going to cross those thresholds much differently in a much more tactical manner. They didn't know what they had. They're looking in, they don't see anybody, so they go ahead and cross the threshold. So the way in which they did it, given the nature of the call, given the information that they picked up at that point, it was perfectly fine.
When you get to the Bravo side door, the B side door,
yes,
What observations, at this point,
This is advanced stuff.
it appears that Dean's camera is energized at that point. Is that safe to say it's turned on between the A side and the B side movement right there, and it comes fully alive as they get to the corner, audio live?
I think it comes on when they're at the front entrance, and then shortly thereafter the audio comes on with the 2 beeps as they're moving.
What observations do you make of how they handle crossing the B door?
Again, they're
That was the one you
looking,
already testified to.
They're listening. They're talking with each other. They still don't see anything, although they're seeing more. Now they're seeing cabinets open. They're seeing drawers open.
What I haven't heard in any of this testimony
This is concerning. Again, it
is
could be
an explanation
just
of
the
why
fact
he muted his
whoever lives
microphone.
there
And
doesn't
I'm not
really
sure
close their
why
cabinets.
that wasn't brought up.
But it's also
But
the sign of a burglar.
But with the Axon body camera expert,
They don't really know.
why
There's
didn't
nothing
the
definitive
defense
right now to tell them
or the
what
prosecution
they've
on the
actually
cross
done.
ask questions about that muting? Because the
They
defense says it
live
has a
in the
mute
area,
button.
they don't see
They
a
could ask
threat,
him,
so they cross
was the
that
mute
threshold.
button used? Yes. Is that intentional? Why would you do that type thing? I don't know. That would be speculation as to why you'd do that. But why haven't they pursued that channel to say, why did you mute the audio in the middle of the crime scene?
Yes.
Once you clear the Bravo window, the B window, excuse me, B door, are there any windows past the lawnmower till we get to the backyard?
I don't believe so, no.
You were here yesterday and there was questions about how to clear the 2 cars, correct?
Yes.
What are your observations about how these 2 rookies cleared those cars?
Again, they were talking and they cleared the cars. There are officers that won't. They'll forget them, and that's not good police work. They took the extra time.
This guy would give him an
clear
A.
those vehicles to make sure either A, there was not a suspect, or there was not a victim inside those vehicles. They did just a fine job.
I haven't heard anything from him that says that what they did was less than perfect.
Do you have any issue with displaying a light to energize and look inside those cars?
Given what they had, because at this point in time, they really still don't know what they had. It could be something, it could be nothing. So they're still in this fact-finding. So, no, they need the light to illuminate the inside of the car, and they use the light to do that. And that, again, given what they had on that scene that night, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, Mary Kay, there are no wrong answers here.
expect
Anything you do is
officers,
right.
whether young or old and experience level, to start calling license plates in when they're inspecting a premises for an open structure at that stage, at that point?
They could or they couldn't. Some officers would, other officers may not. It's the officer's call on the scene.
Is it like TV where you get an instant response back from dispatch in your experience on instant license plate returns?
Yeah.
We're talking a couple minutes?
Well, it could be, but also, too, just the time to get on the radio.
It could be
a
10 to
busy
15
night.
seconds, though.
You have to wait, key up. Well, then somebody might be keying at the same time. You have to wait. Well, while you're waiting there to run that tag, you're also wasting time.
Yeah, but we didn't hear audio on the scanner or on the radio come across.
Having visualized the scene in person and then looked at the photos, the time that Aaron takes as he goes on the B side of the structure down the right-hand side of the vehicles to the detached garage, what are your thoughts on how observing that human door and then the roll-up door were done by Dean at that point?
Okay. What I'm seeing here is both officers are being very methodical. This isn't a rush in, a run to get to the backyard or wherever. This also isn't something that they're taking in a cavalier manner. In other words, this call's no big deal. We're wasting our time here. They're taking it step by step. They're proceeding slowly and methodically. As Dean made the corner at the car, He's checking the garage door for forced entry. He's also checking the walk-in door for forced entry. Again, given what they had, was this a detailed, down on his hands and knees inspection of the door? No, but that wasn't really necessary at that time. A quick look, a quick sweep to see if there's any obvious signs of forced entry on both of those doors.
Part of your preparation for this case, you and Mr. Fredericks had a discussion, several discussions regarding his observations, both visually and the audio that he recognized and discerned and prepared an exhibit that was admitted yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And are you able to, having looked at the timeline, may I approach your arm?
Yes.
That last sentence really kicked his butt. The court clerk just bailed, or the stenographer. She's out. She's like, I can't take this anymore. What just happened? Why did she just bail? No one can talk while she's gone. Not a word can be spoken because it won't be recorded.
My apologies, Lisa, with the sirens going off, this was the last thing I was thinking of this morning. Dr. Coons, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Defendant's 44. You had a chance
Okay, she needed to go pick
to
up
sit down
evidence.
with Mr. Fredericks and go over that on his deck at our office on Sunday afternoon and hash all this out, much like the jury had to see stuff here yesterday, correct?
I have.
And when you're looking at Defendant's 44,
This expert witness is here to say he did everything right.
when you're looking at 44,
that it was good police
there
work,
is
that he followed protocol
conversation
and training.
From the time the audio is initiated here at 07 and 744 milliseconds through the time where we have the deep breath.
There was a fire truck
correct?
in front of my house.
Yes.
And would you expect two officers that are running a Signal 56 play to be talking back and forth?
Yes, any call.
Why?
You're coordinating your activities. Each officer is telling the other one what they've seen. They could be warning the other officer. But again, this is, right now, we're trying to gain information. And by talking with each other, they're coordinating their activities and they're giving each other information.
That guy, the tornado moved through already. It was in their area, in that county. It was warned and radar
When they get to the
verified,
backyard,
but it's moved through now.
The general orders for the silent alarm, somebody has to check the backyard. Fort Worth general orders, somebody's got to check the structure.
The structure.
And the structure in this case has four sides.
Yes.
So the C side, the Charlie side, and the Delta side are inside the fence line of this structure, this habitation area, correct?
Yes.
So somebody's got to clear C and D.
That's correct.
And these two officers, on your understanding, they were ordered there by the city of Fort Worth.
That's correct.
Their crossover move that Officer Dean talked about yesterday, do you have any concerns or anything with how they entered the gate, entered the backyard to cross over, given that they had to go in there?
No, that was the way that it's taught.
What do you mean by that?
Well, think of it this way. You have two officers at both sides of a door, a gate, whatever. If they come in and go like this, well, they're having to stop their motion one way, turn, and then go the other way. It's very inefficient. It also slows them down. What you don't want to do, you want to spend as little time as possible there in that doorway. As we heard yesterday, it's called a fatal funnel. So you want to speed your way through there. And by crossing, it gets you through there very efficiently and very quickly.
If Carol Darch says that she's gun belt to gun belt with Aaron in this situation, we can only see what Aaron's camera is capturing facing forward.
Yes.
Safe to say? If Carol Darch says she's gun belt to gun belt with Aaron, where do you place her in that scene at that time, after they've crossed over?
I would place her immediately to his left rear.
They used a different term instead of gun belt to gun belt during the
In the
open.
backyard,
They said butt cheek to butt cheek, which paints a different picture than gun belt to gun belt.
There's some sequences of time that you're here to talk about, correct?
Yes.
As part of this sequence of time, as part of your training to earn your PhD and teach in this field, do you look at how the human
See you, Ann.
brain,
Thanks for dropping by.
specifically
Good luck
police
tomorrow.
officers perceive events during critical incidents?
Yes.
How police officers perceive stuff in critical incidents is a lot like how humans may perceive stuff in high-stress environments. Is that safe to say? It's not unique to just police.
No, because they're human actors.
Has this been studied not just recently, but for, I guess since time began, but since we started recording stuff, there's been some specific studies on reaction times and how officers in a high-stress environment perceive stuff, correct?
Yes.
Are there also studies in the United States military that have been developed that would help explain
That's the
thought
technical
processes
term,
for
Charlie.
how people react?
Yes.
Is there an acronym called, she's going to get mad at me here, OODA loop? I got the look. We're okay. What's an OODA loop?
An OODA loop was invented by Colonel John Boyd. Colonel Boyd was a fighter pilot during the 50s and before, but he would fly from base to base, and at the O Club, he would make his fellow fighter pilots a bet. And he would say, I can start off up in the air in a position of disadvantage, and within 40 seconds, I can be in a position of advantage over you. And he'd make him a $100 bet. He never lost that bet, according to what I've read. And he developed what he called the OODA loop. That was his methodology of doing that. And the first step is called observe. First, you literally have to see. You have to observe something, whatever that may or may not be.
That
The
guy,
second step is you
those
have to
pictures better
orientate
come to the burner
yourself.
phone.
What is that?
I want to see with
And you
the
react
blue and
on
orange hair.
Your training, your experience, a number of things to figure out what that is. Then you have to decide, the D in OODA loop, what are you going to do with this that you've now determined what it is. And then last, the A, you have to act on it. So those are the 4 steps of the OODA loop.
Did you prepare a poster board for us to help explain that to the jury?
I did.
You need a picture of this OODA loop.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, that guy. I'm looking forward to it. Little Miss, yeah, we started with tornadoes and now we're into fighter pilots. I'm not sure exactly where the crossover is with the fighter pilots into law enforcement, other than that maybe they're patrolling the skies. But this expert witness has expertise all across the board. Prosecution's like, okay, if you want to go there, that's cool. But
Dr. Kuntz, I'm showing what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize 48?
I do.
And did you prepare this for us?
I did.
Would this aid you in your testimony before the jury to explain the OODA loop and how time is perceived by an individual when they have to make a decision under high stress?
okay, so that's the connection.
We'd offer Defendant's 48 for all purposes, Judge.
No objection for demonstrative purposes, Your Honor.
For all
It doesn't
purposes.
have to be a repetition of testimony. It's not evidence.
That's overruled. Defense 48 submitted.
It's allowed. Okay.
May it be published as well, Your Honor?
Yes.
Right, Tiffany, it's for him to say that everything was perfect,
Dr. Kuntz, if we could start.
where the police
Will you
officers
step down now?
themselves
Yes.
have said we could have done things
Dr.
better.
Kuntz, we got 14 in the box.
So let's break it 7 and
That doesn't
7.
seem very,
Start down here. And take us through, and then we'll go down there where the other side can see, okay?
Okay.
Can you, on the exhibit, can you take us through the decision process you talked about here?
Sure. First, we begin with an observation. And that includes both outside information, in other words, just something new that's just coming in. When you came in this morning, you saw me on the witness stand. You've not seen me there before. It can also be an observation from a changing circumstance. You're looking at something, you're first observing it, but then all of a sudden something changes.
MB, thanks for the pick of the OODA loop.
Observations.
Let me see if I can bring it up on the screen,
All of us have
because
some
we
amount
can't
of
see what they're doing right now.
experience, some amount of intuition, that feeling we get sometimes about something. That's feeding into these observations too, is kind of coloring it, it's kind of shading it. Then also too, we're getting feedback. Based on what happens over here, this is feeding back, and it's
Here we
basically
go.
modifying these observations.
We'll bring up this OODA loop so you guys can see just what it looks like here.
Show that part down here.
Okay.
Same, so here. Want to go through the same part again?
This is our OODA loop. Let me move out of the way
Do we need to go through the same
myself.
part again?
I want to make sure everybody can see, because if they have vision like me, they couldn't.
Okay, but basically, here are the observations, and they're being fed from
Okay,
outside
so
information.
here's your OODA loop.
Observations are also being fed.
Observe is in
your
red.
Observations change. You're getting new information.
Orient
in about
is in
the
yellow.
same thing.
Decide is in blue. And then the light blue
Information's coming in
is
based on your
act.
intuition, your life experience, and also you're getting feedback from.
So
these
thank you for
observations.
MB for this pick,
And how do you
courtesy of
take
MB.
that then to the next part for the decision?
Well, then you go to orientate. Well, you've got this observation, but what exactly is it? Okay. Well, it's going to depend a lot on your.
I'm going to take it just a tiny
conditions.
bit bigger so you guys can see what it looks like.
What's your,
Oops, never mind, that was bad.
what do we have now on our belts? We've got our phones. We have a question about something, first thing comes out to Google, and we find out new information.
There we go.
Let's move that down here so
Okay.
everybody can see.
Do you think this is winning the jury over?
What are we showing here?
I don't think they've drawn the connection here. They'll have to
Observation,
spell this out for us.
In the abstract, and you're making sense out of it. What does it mean to you?
And once you orientate, you have to make a decision as part of this process, correct?
Yes.
And how does that boil down?
Oh, I got really big, sorry.
Basically, based on your observation, what you're making out of it, well, now you've got to make some sort of decision, what you're going to do next.
And is the decision the same as acting?
No.
DMB, that's awesome. Can't wait for the other one to
Well,
arrive. So you can do the full
Every year
gender
around
reveal
about
with
this
the pink
time,
and the
I
blue
make the
one.
decision to watch my diet in the new year and lose some weight. I don't act on it, unfortunately. So decisions and actions are two different things. We can make a decision that doesn't necessarily result in an action.
Thank you, Doctor.
So that is evidence now. It's been admitted for evidence, right? I guess it's not evidence, but it's been admitted for all purposes.
When Aaron enters the backyard, he has a duty to his partner, Officer Darch. Does he not at that point?
Both officers have a duty to each other, yes.
What's Officer Darch's duty to Aaron?
To safeguard him, to protect him as best you can.
And would that be Aaron's duty to Officer Darch?
Yes, it is.
Darch has cover over the backyard, on the seaside, going back past the garage down the right, and the rest of the backyard that's visible at that point, correct?
Yes.
Hopefully not, Lil Miss. Hopefully that's not the conclusion you come
Cover is
to.
a little bit different because there's a window as soon as they cross that. Can you explain how you expect and what you observe here in that area?
The physical layout of the area?
Physical layout of the area.
Once you go through the gate, to the immediate left is a fence line. And this fence line continues right to the edge of the window. So there's no room on the left side of the window as you're looking at it. To the right side of the window, probably 18 inches or so, give or take, is an air conditioning unit on that side of the window.
And we don't have the exact measurements, but you've got it based on the crime scene photos and dimensions of what we do know about window trims and stuff. We can make a rough estimate as to where stuff is.
Yes.
He's a window
Safe to
trim
say the
expert as
AC
well.
unit out there's not 1 feet 9 inches wide.
I wouldn't think so, no.
Okay. This OODA loop Does Aaron go through more than one OODA loop, in your opinion, at the window?
Yes.
Can you break that down for the jury and give the jury the first OODA loop?
Okay. The first OODA loop is the approach to the window. Just like
you never
when
forget
they
your first OODA
approach
loop.
the property, check the A side, check the B side, check the garage, went through the gate. They're gaining information. They're making observations. They're orientating to those observations. They're making decisions, and then they're acting. They're moving forward. They're going through this the entire time that they're making the approach. When he's coming up to the window, all of a sudden he sees a figure, and it startles him. You can see that here
I get the impression. Let me turn him down just a tiny bit.
Mr. Frederick's audio analysis right here, where it says the deep breath.
I get the impression that
When he takes this deep breath,
that no matter what case this individual would be testifying on, the OODA loop would feature prominently in his testimony.
He straightens his body up.
It's a situation where, when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And so he's using OODA loop.
This is one OODA loop.
He's an OODA loop expert, I think. That's what we have
It's a
here.
figure in a window. What's that figure doing? It's bent over at the waist, and it's reaching for something. He's wondering what that is. He doesn't know. So he makes a decision. It could be a burglar. I need to arm myself. What would a reasonable police officer do in those same or similar circumstances? A reasonable officer at that point in time is going to draw their weapon.
OODA loop the decision to bring this guy in as an expert.
Then he steps forward to keep engaged and to keep watching what that individual is doing, to keep sight of that individual. That's the first OODA loop.
In that OODA loop, and looking at Mr. Frederick's visualization of the audio, you have the deep breath, and if you overlay that back on the video, you have a frame that's completely black out there. Is that the time frame we're talking about of the deep breath?
Yes.
You heard from Aaron's testimony yesterday about the training at the academy and training in the line of duty training with this holster with a light on it. They're taught to turn the light on with their off hand.
Yes.
And to you,
So tag, is any man of mine better OODA loop? Is that how it goes?
It's called the support hand, yes.
He wasn't able to, you were able to visualize and make some observations. Was he able to turn the light on the frame rail with his offhand?
No.
What's that tell you about how the light got on then?
He actuated it with his trigger finger.
Does that give you a position of where his finger had to be at that time?
For those of you professionals, whether you're in court or doing a weather report, if you can work the word OODA loop into a professional setting, let's say like a testimony in court where it's completely inappropriate, or a weather report or something like that, I think there should be a prize for you. I think you should come up with a prize we can send you. We'll of course need to see the authenticated video.
Your Honor, may I stand?
Under lawful law.
Stand for just a minute?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Red gun. Check it.
A modern
He's
firearm,
checking it to make sure it's
basically
safe.
the only way it's going to fire,
even though it's plastic,
is if you pull the trigger. Well, if you keep your finger out of that trigger guard, you're not.
They have not paid him yet, but he's already threatened to explode.
What we've been teaching probably for the last 15,
explosives
20
in their
years
direction if
is
they
to
don't
do
pay
what's
him.
called indexing.
They did that from the stand under
When you're
oath.
holding the weapon, you keep your index finger here. You do not put it
Christine, we
inside
haven't
the
had any
trigger,
testimony
and you
about that.
certainly don't put it on the trigger.
He's
You keep
pretty
it
young as an
here.
officer.
With a Glock 17, was it a Glock 17?
Yes.
A Glock 17 or any Glock, because they have the same trigger mechanism, do they not?
Yes.
The safety for what it is on a Glock is built into the trigger itself.
Yes, it is.
The mock-up, the orange example we have here in front of us, I think is of a Beretta 92. That safety is actually up on the side by an exterior hammer.
Yes.
Glocks don't have a hammer that's visible on the outside.
They don't have a hammer, no.
And they don't have a safety on the outside like that mock-up of that Beretta there.
No.
The Beretta is a Beretta 92, I believe, is the model that sample gun is. looks a little bit different, but functions very similar to the Glock that we're talking about.
We know at some point Aaron's finger's not in the area where the trigger is.
Ooh, now there's something. OODA loop pickles. How would they taste, TW?
After that first OODA loop sequence, in the backyard, is there a second sequence that you observed from Aaron in this case?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
The second OODA loop begins, and remember
now we have two
feedback
OODA loops
I showed you on Defense 48. As you're running through the OODA loop, each one of those steps has a feedback to observation. As he makes the act, as he executes
like
the
a rainbow.
to step forward and look further at
it's
what
Skittle flavored
what
pickles.
he saw,
Is that what you're telling me?
he's confronted by what he sees as a figure and a pistol pointed directly at him. That's the second OODA loop.
My question is, how does he determine these OODA loops from the video?
To policing from the time that Aaron and Carol get to the front porch all the way through, as they're walking down the side of the B side of the structure, there are a lot of different options as part of their OODA loop as they're processing and constantly evaluating what's going on. Is that safe to say?
Yes, it is.
If they say OODA loop too many times in a sentence, it becomes a tongue twister.
There's still multiple decisions that are going on.
Let's see if somebody stumbles over it.
I see data, I'm evaluating it, I've got to do something.
Yes.
The second OODA loop, once a weapon, given that Aaron already has his gun out.
We know that multiple cows together is a herd of cows. What do you get when you have multiple OODA loops together?
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
Police officers are trained that when a firearm is pointed at you, shoot that individual. You are in extreme danger. You are in danger of being shot and killed. So really, as far as the training, as far as your options as a human being, it's down to one decision only.
Have there been studies as part of
I agree with him there.
that you reviewed?
Canned laughter. My first firearm was a Beretta,
Yes.
I believe it was a Mini Cougar 9mm, and I sold it because it jammed constantly, no matter what I shot in it. Plus P, any rounds,
Blair
it was awful.
and his colleagues at Texas State University had a question. What do you do if a suspect is
Hey, Christine, we
standing,
understand it's a real thing.
you know what I mean?
It just is funny that it's been introduced.
What
We've
does a
never
police
heard of
officer
OODA loop
do
in a
if a
police shooting
standing
trial
with a
before.
weapon
This is
down
new
his
for
side
us,
like
and
this?
it's just a funny word for a
Do you
courthouse.
shoot him? Do you not shoot him? What do you do? What is the reasonable thing to do? So what they did is they
Weather Watch, I
conducted
believe
an
you've been,
experiment
I
where they
believe
had
you've
a
been double dog
Confederate
dared
stand just
into
like
using
that.
OODA loop in a Weather Watch
and
report.
they brought in
So now it
actual
has to
police
happen.
officers. Both the Confederate and the officer have these very fancy research glocks. They've got all sorts of computer stuff wired up to them, so they can literally time when your finger touches the trigger, when the trigger's depressed. It's amazing what they do, and it feeds right into a computer. So what they told the officers is, okay, you're going to go in here and you're going to confront a suspect. The suspect is going to have a weapon down at their side. You're going to tell them, drop the gun. And they're either going to comply and drop the gun, or they're going to bring the gun up to you. If they start to bring the gun up, you shoot them. Got that? Got it. What they found was that the suspect, standing like this, can bring this weapon from here up to here in 0.38 seconds, less than half a second. The officers were told to stand like this in a ready-to-shoot position, okay? And if he drops the weapon, well, fine. But if he brings it up to you, all the officer has to do is fire. The officer took 0.39 seconds on average to fire his weapon. What they found was, and I want to say it was approximately 61% of the time, the suspect was able to bring the weapon up and fire it before the officer standing there ready to fire could fire his or her weapon. Their finding was that, again, if an officer is placed in a situation where even a suspect has a weapon pointed down, like this, that officer is in extreme danger, because the best they can hope for is probably to fire at the same time. Well, that's not a good thing. And in the worst case scenario, in the greater percentage, the suspect actually beat the officer to firing the weapon.
Okay, so I think that was important testimony, that the jury hears that
That study came out and was published.
the time
peer review back around 2011.
that it takes for someone to shoot an
That's
officer before the officer can respond
Aaron went to the academy after
is very short
2011.
in some scenarios.
Based on your understanding, yes?
Yes.
Response times are
But an
important,
example that
and basically the threat was at a point where he had to decide.
Aaron and Officer Darcy talked about where the target is bladed toward them, and then it pivots to shoot. Would that help simulate that in a different world of reaction time to get the officer's muscle memory to get to a point where they're able to discharge their weapon in a rapid fashion when they perceive a threat?
Yes, that's the entire purpose.
Mac, that wasn't the gun she had, was it? I don't think she had a 357. I haven't seen the firearm she had. I think it was a semi-auto,
You were part of
which rarely, you don't see them in 357 chambered that way very often that I know of. That's typically a revolver
Yes.
shot.
Leading into yesterday when Aaron took the stand before Mr. Fredericks, Aaron had never seen what you and Mr. Fredericks had been working on with the stuff, and you hadn't shared it with Aaron by any way, had you?
No.
There was discussion as you sat here yesterday when Aaron was on the stand about Aaron seeing the barrel of the gun and it was rather large.
Yes.
You've been through critical incident shootings yourself as a police officer, have you not?
Yes.
You've researched this area and worked in this area extensively. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
What happens with an
Judge is
officer
gulping
with
water in the
a
background.
weapon where you hear, I don't see their hands, all I see is the barrel? What are we looking at there?
Well, there are three things that can happen, and happen in a very high percentage of officer-involved shootings. If you remember, Grant Fredericks told us that human vision is about 180 degrees, a little more than 180 degrees. He said you could waggle your fingers like this. That 180 degrees decreases
Waggle.
to about 2 to 3 degrees.
OODA loops
it's
and
like
waggle.
you're looking down a toilet paper tube, and it's called tunnel vision.
Toilet paper. I would have gone with
experienced
paper
this
towel
myself,
instead of toilet paper,
on
but
the last critical incident I was involved in.
back in
I
the
gave
30s.
testimony to the grand jury that it was a struggle between myself and a person trying to disarm me. And they kept asking me about the third guy trying to reach in and grab the gun.
Be
And I
safe,
kept
toxic.
saying, there's no third guy there. Yes, there was, back and forth. Come to find out, there was a third guy there. But I was so fixated on retaining control of my weapon, I didn't even see this guy standing right here reaching in to grab the gun when the shot was fired. That's tunnel vision. Second is auditory exclusion. Many times in the post-shooting investigations, officers will say the shots sounded muffled, or someone could be shouting at them right next to them. They don't even hear them.
He's going to rip this guy another OODA loop.
And last is time dilation. Time dilation, the officer can either perceive events as happening faster than they actually are or slower than they actually are. And again, these three perceptory phenomenon are common in most high-stress situations, and of course an officer-involved shooting is a very high-stress situation.
He's testifying on a broad range of subjects.
Actually, being faced with a deadly weapon is more high stress than just being a peace officer in general. Is that safe to say?
Absolutely.
I would say beyond his range of expertise.
The three things you just talked about,
I think
is that
he's most expert in
part of
OODA
what
loops.
we would generalize as the lizard brain of our body? The reactions that take place?
Yes, under stress you revert to your training.
What is the lizard brain in the studies in the vernacular?
Well, it's you're losing your ability to, for logical, reasoned thought. You're going into survival.
We already know he's partly deaf, probably from his choice of professions with the explosives.
They have a whole week on officer survival.
Yes.
And additional training where they try to put the officers in. When you went to the academy, let's just say it's a while ago, right?
Wow.
They didn't have survival cities built back when you
In the
went to
1800s.
academy after you left the Marine Corps to simulate what we're seeing now in today's society, urban conflicts, domestic violence. That scenario setup really wasn't there in that capacity as it is.
Yeah, it's a
now, both
dead
in the
pulada,
military
a dead
and
puladu
in the
in Australia because it is backwards.
And maybe we took that from the military as they've been overseas for 20 plus years of building whole cities here to replicate what they see overseas. Departments, officers that have
I
come
guess
back to
Spooladu
serve as peace officers
would
brought
be
that type of
multiple
training to
OODA loops
realistic
in Australia.
venues for police officers. Is that safe to say?
Object are the leading and compound question.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. You understand there was a city in Fort
Rephrase,
Worth
just
in the
move
academy
on.
for them to do realistic training. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
And you understand as part of Aaron's training in your review that he got to, they can't recreate all the stress that an officer faces when there's a loaded gun pointed out.
I'm sorry, say this again.
Can you simulate, Dr. Coons, what you experienced in your critical incidents or what Aaron experienced in training in an academy? As realistic as you can get it, can you simulate being shot?
You can certainly simulate it, but it's not going to be the real thing. You're not going to experience usually the level that you would.
Because at the end of the day, when the training person blows the whistle, the exercise stops.
That's correct.
OODA loops continue.
Oh, we're back.
With both
We're back to the
Aaron
OODA loops.
and Officer Darch after Aaron's
How about in Pig Latin? I've never been good at Pig Latin.
Can you take us through your observations in an OODA loop form of Aaron and what you observed is post-incident, post-shot fire till the time they get to the A side door?
Okay.
Udola oops pull? Something
Both
like that?
officers, again, are under high stress. They're reverting to their training. What's their training? You hear Officer Darch immediately get on the radio. I believe she says, shots fired, shots fired, shots fired. Officer Dean gets on the radio, advises there's been shots fired, and second behind that, he needs MedStar. He understands that he's
Thanks,
probably
Jake. I
shot
appreciate
somebody, and if that's
They
the
just
case,
don't know
they're
they
going
need
to
me right
medical
now.
help.
That's
And
the
he's
situation.
sending them, again, second only after advising dispatch of what's just happened. They understand that something's going on in here. We don't know what, but we've got to get in there and we've got to make some sense out of this, figure out what we've got here. They're retracing their steps, and as they turn to do so, again, Officer Dean is asking Officer Darch for her TACMED bag. He's thinking of what he may need once he gets inside there. They retrace their steps, they go around, and they go to the A side door.
You heard questions yesterday about sharing information about a weapon
Yes.
and what Aaron did not convey to Carol as they're going around. If you've trained together, is it safe to assume that if one officer's discharged their weapon, they did it for a reason?
Yes.
You would expect that for two people that went to the academy together and trained
Side effects of
together,
OODA loop
partners in
include
general?
skin rash, constipation,
Well,
dizziness, dry mouth,
partners in
insomnia,
general,
and death.
If an officer fires a shot, something bad has happened.
The auditory exclusion.
Hey, Jimmy, it's a real term. I mean, it's really something they talk about in training and in different scenarios. We verified that. It's just funny. It doesn't sound as professional as the process it's trying to describe.
Last in a scene.
At least several minutes.
Once Aaron gets to the front door, the A side door, and goes in, there was questions yesterday about whether they did a slow clear, a fast clear, or taking place going through.
Yes.
You've observed the stakes one. What are your observations as how these two rookies went through and cleared to get in to render medical aid?
Okay. There's clearing a room and there's clearing a room.
Oh, two different things. I can see where I was
Depends on the
confused.
circumstances. When I was with the Criminal Warrants Division and we would serve a felony warrant on a house, we would clear that house. We would do it slowly. We would do it methodically. We would physically enter a room, cross the door, get out of the fatal funnels, go along the walls. We would open every closet door. We would go through all the clothes at the bottom of the closet.
Try the clothes on.
Under the bed.
We take selfies.
While we had other deputies stationed outside covering up the hall and down the hall. We would go through the entire house, room to room to room, doing that. When we got done clearing that house, the attic, now in Houston we don't have basements. I don't know about y'all up here. So we don't have to worry about a basement in Houston. Then we would go to outer buildings. But make a long story short, and it would take us 20, 30, 40 minutes, but when we said that residence was clear, it was clear. And that's appropriate for that type of a circumstance. This circumstance here is different.
It's almost an arrowhead shape, his lapel pin.
Officer Dean and Officer Darch are figuring someone has been shot. So there's a need to get there and get medical aid to that individual. On the other hand, they still don't know what's actually
bowed. It's
going
got
on in that house.
a curve to the surface. That's why you get that bright reflection.
So what they're doing is
I'm sure the camera expert could probably tell us what it was.
Correctly as a fast clear.
It's shaped like an arrowhead nearly.
What they're not doing is just running from the front door straight to the back bedroom, or somebody might step out of a room and shoot them in the back. They are making observations as they're moving quickly. They're looking into each room, making sure there's not someone right there.
Yeah, it was not an emergency
proceeding
call.
Forward. So what they're doing is they're balancing their priorities on the given situation.
But the call went to a call center that takes both emergency and non-emergency calls. And the individual who takes the call
that's a different type of clear.
Both of them.
That's a fast clear, and it's appropriate for that type of circumstance.
So once it got there, it was handled the same as if they'd called the emergency number, I believe.
Their own safety?
Yes, just putting on the uniform.
I've never had the FS92. That's the one I wanted initially, and I settled with the Mini Cougar.
And you hear a deep breath after he locates and he verbalizes.
Beretta makes a good gun. Maybe I just didn't have the right ammunition for it.
With Officer Dean, once he gets inside the room of incident.
Well, Officer Dean locates. He approaches Ms. Jefferson. He locates the weapon. You can hear Officer Darch approaching Zion, talking with him, telling him he's not going to be arrested, and removing him from the room. And then Officer Dean takes custody of the weapon and relocates the weapon.
Takes a minute for that. Where do they find these experts? There must be a website that
Have you had experience in
cheapexperts.com or something like that. I'm not sure. If there isn't one, there should be.
As an officer comes back out of the tunnel vision when they start to get their hearing back, that you may see effects on their body or hear it verbalized in body-worn cameras from incidents.
Yes.
I heard a variation of that as a kid. Gives me chills, Ashley.
Listening to the video of Aaron's in that room, it's inconsistent with what you would expect an officer that's just been involved in a shooting to exhibit?
No.
You mentioned earlier about time can either expand or compress. What did you mean by that with relation? There was questions yesterday by the state about the time to render aid. Do you have an opinion in that area about how time can compress or stand still for officers that have just discharged their weapon and been in a high-stress event?
Well, even though he was under an extreme amount of stress, one of the first actions in the immediate aftermath of this event was Officer Dean considering medical help for Ms. Jefferson. He verbalized it on the radio after notifying dispatch, and then in asking for Officer Darch's TACMED bag. So concern for her welfare, concern for getting her medical treatment is on his mind.
The issue.
I was feeling a little small. I had to grow a bit, compensate.
Do something in the room after the weapon has been moved. He's trained to move the weapon.
Yes.
Can time stand still for folks where they may think it may be a minute on the clock, as Mr. Smith mentioned yesterday, but it may be in somebody's mind shorter or longer?
Yes.
If the same guy questions this gentleman on cross that questioned Aaron Dean, I look forward to how he says the word OODA loop. I think there will be some inflection there that renders it somewhat humorous.
You're familiar not only with the playbook as it talks about signal 56, audible alarms, and then the silent alarms that they were running, but also the use of force.
When I clear a room, I can clear a room.
In Texas, under TCOL and under the training that Fort Worth utilizes, is mere presence alone.
MB, we could arrange that.
Identify somebody as a peace officer.
Mere presence alone.
Police officer in uniform as Aaron was that night.
Yes, in uniform, yes.
So the misnomer in the media that they have to identify themselves, that's not what the orders say, is that correct?
No.
And that's not just Fort Worth's orders, that might be Denver, Colorado's orders, the Department of Justice's orders. If there are times where officers are faced with deadly force as soon as they walk up on something, is that correct?
That's correct.
Mac, oh my goodness.
The general orders provide a guide to officers and give them the tools to function when they're out on a signed call like they're ordered to this case. Is that safe to say?
Yes, it is.
How do I get in this database, Little Miss? Because I think I qualify for something. I'm sure I could testify about OODA loops or something similar.
No.
Experts.com already exists.
Officer-involved shootings.
Yes, they get paid for their testimony. Generally, a good amount. It's good money.
Verbalize?
Verbalize?
Yeah.
What they visualize?
Well, they're verbalizing what they want.
They say what they want to say.
In other words, as Officer Dean's testified, he was taught at the academy the hands are where the attack is going to come from. Watch the hands. He couldn't see, when he's seeing this subject that we now know to be Ms. Jefferson, bent over reaching for something. He's wanting to see her hands to see what she's actually doing. His stress level is just going through the ceiling, and he's verbalizing that. You know, show me your hands, let me see what's in your hands. That's what he wanted to see.
James, we're going to see them attack his the foundation of his experience a little bit. I think they
it can be very salty language.
In
yes.
agreeing to have him testify and accepting him as an expert, I think they saw a weakness there.
Not that I recall, no.
But the breadth of his testimony has been very, very interesting.
There's a lot of questions yesterday about grading papers.
Yes.
We're here.
Yes.
What would he give him?
Your understanding of
Solid
how you
A.
apply use of force standards in making a grading system, you have to take their experience level into play, correct?
Yes.
You have to look at an officer based on what they knew at the time, based on their experience. Did they act reasonably?
Yes.
In looking at the totality of the circumstances, though this is a very tragic situation, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Officer Dean acted reasonably given the information that he had before him?
I do.
Object on invading the province of the jury.
Overall.
Let me ask that again. Based on, in calculating reasonableness for this,
Yes.
you have to take the two rookies as they are. Darch isn't on trial, so you have to take Dean as a rookie. Do you consider him a rookie at that point?
Absolutely. He only had a year on the street.
You have to take the rookie officer as he is, given what he's given from the call taker to dispatch to start with, correct?
Yes.
and you have to add up all the other data points as you go along till you get to the decision in the second OODA loop to fire. Is that correct?
Yes,
And is that where the decision stops? Is you judge what you knew at the time?
that's correct.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not Officer Dean's actions that night on October the 12th, 2019 were reasonable based on your understanding of the use of force standards and the ability to defend himself against a deadly weapon?
Officer Dean's actions that night, and yes, this is a terrible event. There's nothing good about this.
Just
But
answer
his
the question.
actions as a police officer were reasonable in what he was doing.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay.
Let's take our morning break before we do cross-examination.
Morning break. This guy's going to need a break to get ready for the OODA loop he's about to receive.
You want those?
Okay, so we'll wait patiently for this. But yeah, this is funny. Do you think this tie is an OODA loop knot? I'll have to go back and look. It's definitely not a Windsor, right? This has been interesting testimony. I think this expert, first of all, James Rogers, going back to you, if you need any more experts, please let me know. If that's your rate, I will become an expert. That's some good money there. But first, let me know what you require of your experts. Maybe maybe we might be talking about different things. Ban assault OODA loops now. OODA loops kill people, right? Not people. Tiffany, he did seem very biased, but as an expert witness, they hire someone to say that sees the situation the way they see it. I won't say they hire someone to say something, although we definitely get that impression sometimes in court cases that they were paid to say the right thing. But he knows he was hired by the defense and not by the prosecution. I'm sure he offers testimony for both prosecution and defense scenarios. And if you always come in with a response on your expert analysis that is different from what your customers see things as, you don't get many more customers. So there is an element of shopping for an expert that will see things the way you want them to see it. And I think that's what we see here. Prosecution is not going to be nice to this guy. I think they will attack the foundation of his expert analysis. They'll go back to how different law enforcement is from the day he was riding a horse outside the saloon to now, and they're gonna attack a lot of things that way. I mean, his experience when he was last on the streets. They're clearly going to target the fact that there is no specific line of instruction or guidance in the general orders or somewhere else that tells him not to announce. That's a big issue for them. So they're going to bring that up for sure. I think they probably will make fun of the OODA loop a little bit because, like us, the jury, probably most of us don't have a lot of experience with this decision-making process, and it's a real process, but it sounds funny. So I think the prosecution is going to jump on that and sort of capitalize on that with the jury a little bit with how much they use that word. It did sound a bit like we were reading a Dr. Seuss book for a minute. OODA loop sounds like a sound which evolves from one with too much gas, right? It's funny, and I think it distracted from what the argument should have been. I think they could have used that. They could have used that same idea, even those same steps of the decision-making process, without saying the word OODA loop every 5 seconds, which took us away from the idea that there was a process that was going on in Aaron Dean's mind with each of these scenarios as they happened, and that's what occurred. But so it wasn't the best testimony from an expert in my opinion, and we'll see just how badly he gets pulled apart. We have seen some people that do better on cross than they do on their initial examination and trial on the stand. So maybe he might shine where he sort of had a little lackluster performance initially. James Rogers says, I do civil defense. Insurance carriers pay for my experts so they get paid well. Typically, they testify as reconstructionists. Right, civil defense insurance carriers pay. Yeah, and when insurance carriers are paying, there's probably big money involved in the outcome. You guys want an OODA loop mug? Let me look at that. I've got a whole list of things to work on as far as merchandise goes, because you guys have asked, and I want to return the favor. Let's see, we still have the hot mic lover that we need to do. I think Charlie was saying he wants one that says, "That was good police work, wasn't it?" An OODA loop defense. When in doubt, OODA loop, right? Pretty much any word where you add a P on the front of it, and it sounds anything like poo, you're going to have a bad time. Right, our brains are trained for potty humor, and that's where we go. That's where we go. You get it? Too much OODA loop is not good. What is this OODA loop? Randy, OODA loop is it's an acronym for a process that of decision making, and the way that it actually what it actually stands for. Let me see if I can bring it up here one more time. Here we go. So you observe something, you orient yourself, you decide, and then you act, and then you repeat the process. Observe, orient, decide, and act. That would have been easier to, even if they just said he goes through this process of observing, orienting, deciding, and acting. If they had never mentioned the term OODA loop, it would have been better for them, I think. If you do want to send something to the phone, as a couple people have done already today, and I appreciate it, we do have a burner phone set up just for you, where you can call 801-513-1160. You can leave a voicemail, because it will go straight to voicemail, unless you're one of the privileged few who have a direct hotline to me. Then leave a voicemail. You might become one of the privileged few, depending on what you leave. Also, you can send me text messages or pictures to that phone, and there's a good chance, if it's appropriate and pertinent to the conversation, we will go ahead and share it here on the live stream. So we can do that. Cat Law says, I had OODA loops with milk for breakfast this morning. I also had cereal. I think OODA loops is a cereal, a breakfast cereal. Fruit Loops, OODA loops, they're very similar. OODA loops are obviously the more expensive brand, with Fruit Loops being the knockoff. Seek medical attention, Cat Law, for your condition. An OODA loop water bottle. I have enough mugs. Yeah, it's going to be a different item. We're not going to do another mug, and at least not yet. I like my OODA loops with almond milk. Those are tasty. More of an OODA circle, to be fair, but not as fun to say. Right. It's definitely oblong. Right, it's not a circle, and if you look at that process and were to watch the video and cite each behavior, I think the action side would be the long straight part, and then there would be a short curve on the observe and orient and decide. So it would be like I don't know, what would that look like? How would you draw that out, all you trigonometry and geometry experts? Definitely not a circle, though. OODA loops, part of a balanced breakfast, defense breakfast too. Demon Puppy just OODA looped horribly right next to me. I think it's going to smell up the whole house. You should be happy the screen isn't scratch and sniff. A collector plate, OODA loop collector plate. What's the formula for the area of an OODA loop? It varies from situation to situation, but apparently, if you add them all up, the answer is true, or the answer is congruent with good police work. Tag says, Mom's calling. Got to mute all of you for at least an hour. Her phone calls are never short. She can be a pain in my OODA loop sometimes, but I love her. The acronym is practice my wife uses with me every day, says James Rogers. It should be a glass meant for tossing in a fireplace. Right, it's a disposable glass, right? It's meant to be drunk from and shattered. Once your OODA loop is complete, you know the decision has been made. It's final. I've made my OODA loop, and I'm not changing my mind. An OODA loop sweatshirt or a beach towel. Yeah, if it was a beach towel, it should be something printed on it, so once you wrap it around yourself, it completes the OODA loop, right? Observe and orient is going to burn them. It's reasonably observed that there are several cars home, but the door is not broken in. Yeah. Do you think the prosecution will dig in to the OODA loop and try to assign each behavior to milliseconds of the video? The first expert in an anesthesiologist. Second is a comedian. Can't wait to see the next one. Right, we've had some bizarre experts in some of these trials. He also didn't observe the people watching from the porch across the street. Right, and the interesting part is that the call didn't have that information. A lot of times when a call comes in, the actual caller information will be included in the call, the details. Let's say the complainant is, across the street, or complainant's a neighbor, doesn't want contact or something, or the complainant wants contact before you leave. A lot of times that'll be in a police call. Good morning, addicts. Good morning, AJ. Good to have you here. I thought you were here earlier. Did I just insert you into chat where you weren't? I thought you were here earlier. Okay, so as we're waiting for everything to get started here, again, nobody's got a live stream yet in the courtroom. For some reason, the cameraman is, I think, turning off the camera, which he probably misunderstands the judge's ruling. A lot of times the judge will say no live streaming from the courtroom when the judge is not, when court's not in session. But typically, that is accepted as you have to film, a still image. You're still sending a video feed, but this guy actually drops the feed completely. And so we get no warning whatsoever. When the judge comes back, it's just boom. We're talking, we're on the record, prosecution, you're witness type thing. So this cameraman's a bit of an amateur, which is fitting for this trial, I think, really. My mom said she had to go and hang up and started on another topic. Is the trial in recess? Vein Brain, yes, we're taking just a brief break. What's happened is the witness this morning, we've had two witnesses. This last witness is is like a use of force, sort of police policy protocol. It's hard to pin him down. He's an expert in police work, and he used an example of an OODA loop and a specific decision-making process to describe what the officer was doing, and proceeded to walk through each step of their encounter at the residence, all the way through the shooting, and then even afterwards, to say that everything the officer did was right and good, even though that contradicts the testimony we heard from Aaron Dean himself yesterday, where he gave himself a B grade for his behavior, for his actions there leading up to the shooting. So the officer thinks he can do better, but the expert says he did everything perfect. So it's not quite, they're not quite seeing it the same way, that way. But one was paid to say that he did everything right. Asman said, all right, I really like your setup. I'm missing my iPad holder, actually. That the wife has it. She's, so I have one more iPad over here that runs my switchers. And we're looking at getting another piece of equipment that should fix the problem we had yesterday. I was so embarrassed with the technical snafus in that one that I'm looking at upgrading and getting one more video controller device. It's called an ATEM HyperDeck, which matches up with my switchers that you can't see down here. I've got an 8 port and a 4 port switcher down on the lower shelf, where all my video feeds come into, so that they run the multi-screen up there, and they run, one of them runs the background. It puts the courtroom behind me, which I'm also going to fix it so my arms don't get cut off on the sides. Anyway, so yeah, it's a fun setup. Thank you very much. I enjoy it as well, Azimuth, but it's almost perfect, right? And it'd be better if I don't spill water on it like I did before. Grading on the curve, says Michelle Stark. Sorry. Yeah, it seemed he gave himself a B this was the bizarre part. Listening to the testimony on cross from Aaron Dean yesterday, as the prosecution, the state asked him about each step, and he's like, "That wasn't good police work, right?" And he's over and over, he's admitting that was not good police work. I should have done better. The protocol says to do different. He still gave himself a B, but yeah, everything he disagreed with, this guy says he did right. So I need an OODA loop pad, controls everything. TW, I actually have a pad that controls everything right here. It's these 18, I think this is called a Stream Deck XL, and everything that happens on this stream, whether it's making me disappear in the corner, I can just do that with a push of a button. I can resize everything, choose video sources, audio up and down, you name it. It is my OODA loop. The OODA loops apparently are contagious. More people are eating them for breakfast. So part of your complete defense breakfast. We might have some courtroom feed coming back here. Just one second. Let's see what Law and Crime is doing. Yep, we've got that and this one as well. Okay, we're going to take this one because I like it better than Law and Crime. You didn't miss anything. We just talked about OODA loops mostly, MB. Now we get the state cross of the OODA loop expert. And this should be good, especially if they attack him with the vigor that they did attack Aaron Dean yesterday in cross. We'll see if the defense attorneys will stand up to save him from the OODA looping he's about to receive.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Smith, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
It's Mr. Smith.
Do you have a copy of the general orders up there, specifically 327.01 dealing with the silent alarm?
No, sir.
Do you remember those general orders?
Not every one verbatim, no.
Do you remember the Part B of those general orders?
If you could refresh my memory.
That all main exits should be guarded so as to prevent the escape of any offender?
May I see the document, please?
Yes, Matt Brooks, witness.
Yes, sir.
He's like, yeah, let me get up right here next to you
You're reading
and yell at you
B.
into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that's number 2, right?
That's B.
That's the second part of the general orders under silent alarm. Isn't that correct?
It is.
He only gave him B, right?
Should be guarded so as to prevent the escape of any offender. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that makes sense as part of the general order for a silent alarm, which refers back to open structure, because the police wouldn't want anyone to escape while they are investigating that open structure. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. And notice it says should, not shall.
What I'm asking is, why is that order there?
Well, again, it's a general order. It gives general instruction to their officers on how to approach that type of call. And that's why it says should and not shall.
But why is it there? It's to prevent people that are in that structure from fleeing, correct?
It is there to give general guidance to their officers.
But what is the general order? What message is it giving to the officer that's studying it, reading it, and acting out on it?
It's giving them information on how they should handle the call.
And that information is to guard the exits so that people cannot flee from the structure. Isn't that correct?
That's one thing for the officers to consider, yes.
But isn't that the general message?
Judge just got a refill.
The second part of the general order dealing with silent alarms.
That's the message, and that's why it says should and not shall.
So that way the officers can just have it out to act however they want? Is that it?
Oh, absolutely not.
But they can just pick and choose, should, shall, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter as long as they get the general gist of it. You're going to grade those papers and give these officers a passing grade. Isn't that correct?
Well, this isn't a test in the abstract. This is real life.
It is real life, and somebody lost their life, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And somebody lost their life because of the decisions this defendant made in the early morning hours of October 12, 2019, isn't that correct?
The decisions made by the defendant and the decisions made by Ms. Jefferson.
We'll get to that here in a minute. Okay. So
we don't
now
know
we
that
get
it's
back
water,
to
DMV.
this
We have no
OODA loop.
confirmation that
Is
it's
that
water.
okay?
Yes, sir.
How long, when you discuss the OODA loop and someone is observing,
Here's the OODA loop.
and someone is orienting, and then someone makes a decision, it doesn't just automatically happen that they act on it immediately. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I mean, there's some time that takes place. There's some time that passes. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Between the decision to act and to act. Generally, how long does that last, especially when you're dealing with officer-involved shootings?
It depends.
Haven't you testified before that that decision usually lasts anywhere from a second, a third, to a second and a half?
It can, yes.
Now, so
He's got his prior testimony.
Yes, sir.
just so that
Hey, let's have you read from a prior testimony. Oh, man, he turned right into the microphone. and just-
testifying in August of 2018 in Dallas County.
I do.
Yeah, Judge only comes
And in
through
that
on my right ear,
testimony-
so it's reversed.
Sworn testimony, right? Sworn to tell the truth. Isn't it true that you said that according to the OODA loop and the research that you have, whenever the officer is orienting, then makes the decision, then it's anywhere from a second and a third to a second and a half for that officer to stop
It depends.
or act?
It depends on the situation. It's situational. Now, if you're talking about this event is entirely different than this event here.
So you're saying that the event itself can rewrite the neurological aspects of the human brain and the human nervous system that delay reaction times when a person
The state's
intakes
questioning the defense
information and then
witness right
decides
now.
to act. Are you saying that?
Can you put that in a little simpler terms, please?
Sure.
I don't understand the question.
the act that the person's going through doesn't change the hard wiring of the person's brain, does it?
It doesn't change the hardwiring of the brain. What it does, what changes is the person's ability to react to it. In other words, a simple stimulus will elicit a faster response. Now, more complex the decision is, the longer it's going to take. Now, this area of research started out probably in the late 40s and 50s with the traffic crashes. Basically, how long did it take people to take their foot off the throttle and
He's
put
going
it
to cut
onto
him
the
off here
brake?
soon. He's not going to let him just free
What they
spool.
found is that if the driver knew it was coming, it took them a lot less time to take the foot off the throttle, put it on the brake. If it was a surprise to the driver, it took them longer.
Okay, so now let's get back to
He's like, thanks for that
officer-involved
tangent.
shootings. I mean, you testified previously that in your OODA loop, that an officer in an officer-involved shooting, from the minute they take in the information, from the instance that they take in the information and decide to act, that action to follow through with it can take anywhere from a second, a third, and a second and a half. Isn't that true?
Well, again, it's not my OODA loop, it's Colonel Boyd's OODA loop. I'm utilizing it. And again, the scenario
Show
is
some
the
respect
same,
to the
the
OODA loop.
hardwiring of the brain is the same. However, that timing is going to vary based on the incident.
He's not answering the question.
Are
Lindsay,
you
yes, that's a
neurological
possibility.
scientists?
Oh, no.
So let's get back to this. You testified previously. Isn't it
Same
true that you
question.
testified
Third time he's asked this
previously
question.
That the instant that the decision is made in the brain, for that action to be followed through, it takes a second, a third, and a second and a half. Isn't that true that you testified previously to that information?
In that particular case, given the circumstances of that case, based on the research that I have reviewed, in that case, yes, it took that time.
It took a second, a third, and a second and a half for that officer to decide to stop shooting and then get that message to his hand. Is that right? And then to stop shooting.
In that event, yes.
So it's another officer shooting scenario. That's
So someone is shooting, pulling
lots
the
of
trigger
similarities.
over and over again, and to decide to stop from, and you talk about ping pong balls and all this other stuff, but it takes a second, a third, and a second and a half, according to your sworn testimony in 2018, for that message to get to the hand and for the hand to then do what the brain is telling it. Isn't that correct?
Given that situation, that's entirely different from this situation, yes.
Are you saying that Officer Dean's brain and nervous system and muscle reactions react any differently than the person you testified for in 2018?
Well, I'm sure there are probably some minor differences because people, depending on their age, a number of other factors, their reaction times differ. My reaction times at 68 are going to be a lot slower than Dale's is here. So that can vary, if that answers your questions.
Well, again, you didn't do any studies on this other guy you testified for, did you?
How do you mean studies?
Well, you didn't do any neurological studies to test his reaction time, did you?
I'm not qualified to do neurological studies.
But yet you testified under oath, again, a second, a third, and a second and a half for the human brain to make that decision and then for the result to happen in real life.
Given the science that I've reviewed and researched and placing that science onto that event as it happened at that time, yes.
So, you said earlier whenever the defense attorney was asking questions that Officer Dean, the defendant, was still doing his investigation.
Goes the water.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you hear Officer Dean testify that he'd made up his mind that this was a burglary in progress whenever he first looked into those open doors of the residence on East Allen Avenue?
Well, he testified to a few different opinions on that.
Did you hear him say yesterday morning that he looked into those open doors on East Allen Avenue and decided that this was a burglary in progress?
I also heard him say that it could have been a burglary in progress.
Did you hear him say yesterday morning/afternoon when he testified under oath that when he looked in those doors, he thought that it was a burglary in progress, that he'd already made up his mind?
Among other responses, yes.
I think to be an expert, you have to be able to not have the word yes or no in your vocabulary.
So. Okay. All right, so that would mean that the investigation's over, isn't that correct?
No, it wouldn't, because as I testified, he testified that there were several other responses there too. It could have been other things. He testified that he didn't know what he had at that time.
I'm not talking about what you believe is reasonable after looking at everything after it happened. I'm talking about what the defendant testified to under oath yesterday.
Adam, the defendant did a good job.
What I'm saying,
are you calling him a liar?
He testified
he did a good job
many things
for defense and fell apart on
no,
cross.
Not at all.
Okay, so if the jury remembered what he said about when he made up his mind, that would be what they need to remember. Is that correct?
Well, they would need to remember all his testimony, all the testimony that occurs here.
Hey, Lily, what do you think the defendant or the witnesses will do when they find out they're all drinking out of the same cup?
Oh, I didn't say that.
Okay, so that's important too, right?
And he also said other things.
Okay. So, again, you testified, him parking down the street, whatever, officer guards pull up to the wrong house, that's fine, but is it great police work if you're trying to conceal your approach to a home to walk straight across diagonally an intersection?
Well, again, conceal probably is not the good term here. It's to be less conspicuous because, again, this isn't a SEAL operation. This isn't Army Rangers here. They're trying to keep a lower profile in approaching this scene where they don't know quite what's going on.
Would you agree with me that walking straight diagonally across that intersection is the most non-conspicuous way across that intersection?
Can you pull that picture up for just a minute, that aerial?
Sure.
They're ripping him apart. They're ripping him apart. Amy, an OODA loop is it's one of these. It's a little bit small, but that's what it is, right? It's Let
Now,
me keep
if
the
you'll
audio here
notice,
just 1 second.
the house is set back from the
Audio
mosque.
on.
When they crossed that intersection, they
An
couldn't
OODA
be
loop is this
seen by
process of
somebody in
observing,
that house.
orienting, deciding, and acting.
mosque
It's a
blocks the
decision-making
house.
process.
I
That's what they're
understand
talking
that
about.
you're giving them an excuse for that now.
It's a funny name.
But at the scene, and we're talking about what the officers reasonably knew at the time, that wasn't the best way to cross that intersection, was it?
Your Honor, may I approach that?
No,
Use this,
he won't let him
laser
approach.
pointer.
Oh, okay.
Generally in Texas, you do everything seated unless you have to walk around.
Thank you.
They're a relaxed place.
Okay. We're talking at night. If I remember correctly, they were, parked here or here?
The south side of the street, which would be the
So-
lower part of the intersection.
right here.
Right there.
the bottom of the picture.
Well, again, they're going to have to get there somehow. Now, as you can see, if you're drawing a line here, a lot of that is excluded from view of the house. So basically, when they're here, they're not going to be able to see the house. If they can't see the house can't see them. They're going to have to get across there. The marked unit is already here. So
It's an acronym.
it's basically just
It's
a
a funny one,
non-starter. Did they walk this way? Did they walk this way, then this way? Did they walk this way and across here? Basically, they got across the intersection, and that was just fine.
I mean, you've been talking about, silent alarms have been talking about all week, open structure. Have you testified before that walking down the middle of the street for an officer is not the best idea if that officer is attempting to conceal his presence?
I think they're catching him
attempting to conceal his presence,
with his
walking
prior
down the middle of
testimony in
the
other
street is
cases.
The best thing.
Is not the best thing.
So I think
It's not the
he's
best
answering
thing.
well
I
for
would
this
say so.
trial, but
You'll concede
he's
that.
sort of impeaching himself
that
with
case.
prior
All right.
testimony in other
So
trials.
now, as the officers approached the house, were you aware that, you heard us yesterday, were you aware that 4 adults were across the street?
That's what I heard.
Would it have been reasonable to expect an officer to notice 4 grown adults sitting across the street from a house that they're going to approach?
It depends on a number of things. It depends on lighting conditions. It depends on how much moonlight there is.
That's also lighting.
It depends on what's going on there. Their attention is probably on this structure. Now, by the way, which house are we talking about?
The closest one?
This one right here. So
He
they're
doesn't
coming
even
up
know.
from this direction. If there are people here, is it possible that they saw them? Yes. But there are a number of factors which may make them more able or less able to observe those individuals.
Wouldn't you want any police officer you train to be as observant as possible?
Yes.
And wouldn't you want any police officer you train, if they're coming up on an open structure call after 2 in the morning, to notice any other people that may be in the neighborhood?
What I'd want them to do is have a good 360 view.
And in that 360 view, wouldn't you want them to know if there are other people?
I think he's got a steady
standing around
drip
in
of
the
OODA loop.
I would certainly want them to make that effort, yes.
Okay. So now we get up to the front door of the home on East Allen.
Yeah, I think the prosecution lost on their how they crossed the street argument. I think they lost ground on this question.
They didn't stand in front of the front door.
You're perfectly fine with their presence for however short it was in front of that front door.
Well, it's as I explained to the jury, the way in which they scanned the interior, given the nature of that call, they had to cross that threshold to get to the other side to go around to the B side. The way they did it, again, giving what they had, it's just fine.
And wouldn't you agree with me? I mean, you've investigated a lot of burglary calls, isn't that correct?
Yes,
I mean, and, you know, in the olden days, TVs used to be one of the heaviest items of furniture in the house, isn't that correct?
absolutely.
But TVs aren't that way anymore, are they?
Depends on the TV.
I mean, did you see the flat screen TV in Atatiana Jefferson's home?
I didn't see it in her home, no.
You didn't see it sitting there in the living room?
I haven't been inside the residence.
Have you seen the crime scene photos?
Yes,
Did you see the crime scene photos?
I did.
And it was still right there on the stand.
That was
where it
yucky.
would have
Who was
been
that?
If someone was watching TV on the couch, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you expect an officer to notice that if they think there's a burglary going on, if the electronics have not been taken?
Well, they may not have been taken yet. They might be looking for other smaller objects, grab the TV at the last thing. Because, well, think about it, excuse me, think about it for just a minute. That's the largest, bulkiest item. When they start toting that out of the house, the neighbors are going to take notice, and that's when the cops might get called. That's probably going to be the last thing they take out.
You're exactly right. Do you think that's why Officer Dean testified he thought the people that were doing the bad things, the burglars, were still in the house?
Well, again, he testified that he didn't, really hadn't made many decisions on that.
No, he testified he made a lot of decisions. So is that what you're saying, that the TV still sitting there contributed to the defendant thinking that the burglars were still inside the house?
What I'm saying is it's really not a factor of whether they're there then or not. It just might be the fact that they hadn't got to the TV yet.
Because they're still in the house digging up other stuff, right?
Possibly.
And I mean, and that's kind of what the defendant was saying yesterday, that these burglars could still be in the house. He's already making up his mind that the bad guys are in the house, correct?
No.
Are you saying that's not what he said yesterday?
That's one of many things he said.
Okay, so he said that yesterday, correct?
Among many other things, yes.
He said that yesterday, correct?
Among many other things, yes.
You can't get a yes or no out of him. Completely opposite to Aaron Dean.
Okay. So we get to the second door, and you're fine with the way they fast clear that second door, correct?
Well, they didn't, that's not a fast clear. What you're doing is you're moving across the fatal funnel, and they did it just fine. They looked inside. They didn't see a threat because, again, at this point in time, they still don't know what they have. It could be something. It could be nothing. So the way in which they did it, given those circumstances, is just fine.
Nope. I mean, but who's guarding the front door at this point?
No one.
No one's guarding the front door.
That's correct.
Okay. So then they move past a window right there on the side of the house. Do you realize that?
I don't believe there is a window on the side of the house.
On the side of the house?
I don't believe, unless you want to show me.
Let's have a big picture of the window. Judge is still gulping. We're scrolling through pictures. We're just looking for a window. Show me a window. I do have the link to Fox 6 Now's Daryl Brooks files notice of appeal. Is that what you're looking for, Little Miss?
Which witness, Ron? Oh, right there. State's Exhibit 52.
Okay.
What's that over the kettle grill?
Yep, that's a window.
So you were mistaken when you said there weren't any windows on the side of the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So is that another fatal funnel?
Yes.
Did they attempt to look in that window?
Don't believe that they did.
So that window are you fine? I mean, you said they had to check the windows in the back. Are you fine with skipping that window in State's Exhibit 52?
They literally might not have seen it.
Okay, so they didn't see the people outside. They didn't see the window right there.
So, Little Miss, there's that link for you in chat.
What's that a reflection of in State's Exhibit 52? In the window?
In my experience, I guess that was the flash of the camera, but it could be anything.
Could be anything. So if they're rooting around, do you remember the body cam? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I paused State's Exhibit 1 at the 18-second mark.
Would that show the defendant's body cam pointed right at that window, that same one?
It's covering the window.
Would that, if it's right in the middle of State's Exhibit 1, and I can pull this up on the big screen, maybe we should do that.
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds like an air gun or some sort going off.
So you saw the body cam come around the corner of State's Exhibit 1, and what was right in front of the body cam when the defendant came around the corner?
Looks as though there's a window, and it looks like there's a blind covering the window.
I understand that, but are you going to say that maybe they missed that window, they didn't see that window? That's still your answer?
Given those light conditions, I would say they should have seen that window.
Okay. So if they saw that window, then you expect them to give that same attention to that window that the defendant gave to the window in the backyard. Isn't that correct?
Should have.
But they didn't, did they?
Well, if it's fully covered by a blind,
I understand that, but they should have, shouldn't they?
what I'm saying is they need to give the amount of attention to each one of these that requires. If this one is covered by a blind, you can check for entry, but tool marks, things of this nature, by looking at it. You can get up a little closer, but you can look at it. You don't have to get right up on it.
They didn't check that window, did they?
I don't know about that. Because remember what Mr. Frederick said. The camera's pointed one way, but the officer can be looking one way or the other way.
Did they check that window? Did the defendant check that window with the same intensity that he checked the window in the backyard?
From this, we can't tell.
From State's Exhibit 1?
Well, Miss, that's an article, and it has a picture of the handwritten notice of intent
From
to
what
seek
you've got right there, what I'm saying is
conviction relief.
we don't know
Is that the one?
how long the officers took looking at the window.
What do you mean you don't know? It's right there. It's on video.
What
You're
I'm,
saying the video is not correct?
I'm not saying that.
Should they have checked that window? Yes or no?
I'm not saying they didn't check the window.
Okay. So you think they might have checked the window, but you don't know for sure?
It's possible that they did. It's possible they didn't.
You don't know, even by watching the video.
Is there an OODA loop?
Well, let's watch the video.
Is there an OODA loop visible? I think he's buckling here. The state knows exactly what's on the video. They know what's coming up, and clearly the witness does not recall what's on the video. Weed eater, lawnmower.
Okay, can you stop?
That was it. That was the clearing right there. When he swayed to the left, he cleared the window.
If you'll notice, when he walked by the window, the camera moved slightly to the left. That could very well indicate that he looked at the window. He was within what appeared to be a couple of feet of it. As Mr. Mr. Fredericks testified, it could look closer than it actually is, be nearer than it actually is.
Actually,
So,
aren't they farther away?
It would be nearer than it actually is. Is that what he just said?
no, it's closer.
Objects are closer than they appear?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it's
That's why I said
entirely
they were farther away. Yeah.
it's entirely possible that that camera movement that we just saw was Officer Dean looking at the window, seeing it was covered with a blind, so he's not going to gain much by going over there and trying to look into it. But he can look at tool marks, things of this nature, and they moved on. They had an entire structure to cover.
You're saying he probably checked that window for tool marks?
From what I see from that video, it's entirely possible.
And if
This
one
guy's
of your
paid by the
trainees
hour, I'm
did
sure,
this
for
in
testimony.
Harris County, you would have gave them a passing grade for checking that window for tool marks, if
Well,
you saw this video.
Again, I'm not grading my folks. This is real life.
And this is real life good police work that you've seen so far.
So far, this has been good police work, yes.
Can you tell me exactly, you reviewed the defendant's training manuals, haven't you?
How do you mean training manuals?
What he was taught in the police academy, is that correct?
The
He's talking into the
course
cup now.
descriptions, yes.
And what all have you reviewed for this case?
I'll do the sound effects every time he
A
drinks.
number of things. Certainly the video, the investigative reports, investigative photos, Pretty much everything, again, that I received.
Is there anything specific in what you reviewed that where Fort Worth PD instructs the officers not to verbally announce their presence on open structure calls?
Is it in writing? No.
Is there anything that you reviewed in writing, any handbook, any general order, any instructions that where Fort Worth PD tells its officers not to verbally identify themselves in an open structure call?
I would say that there is.
Where is it?
It's in the general approach to crime scenes.
Where did you find that?
It's scattered throughout Fort Worth PD policy. They're basically stating,
he's not going to be able to point to a single place,
several
though.
of them, that when you're approaching a possible crime scene, use caution.
Use caution.
Yes.
But it doesn't say not to announce yourself.
Well, when you're announcing yourself, you're not using caution.
Again, is there anywhere in writing where you answered this question earlier, is it anywhere in writing specifically that states that Fort Worth officers should not or shall not verbally identify themselves when on an open structure call?
On an open structure call, in that verbiage, no. However, it is strongly intimated through several other parts of the Fort Worth PD general orders to be cautious in approaching crime scenes.
But there's
to
nothing,
be careful. Excuse me, I'm not done with my answer.
Wait,
Ooh.
I'll decide that,
Thank you,
Mr. Smith.
Yeah.
there's nothing in writing that says
Judge is like, don't
verbally
don't go,
identify
don't tread my
yourself in
area.
an open structure call. Is there?
But it's strongly suggested in other parts of the manual.
There's nothing in writing that says don't verbally identify yourself on an open structure call. Correct. Is that right?
In those words for that particular call,
This
no.
attorney should ask the judge
Okay.
to instruct the witness to answer the question.
So, after you say
He got it
that they
eventually.
have sufficiently investigated this window, where did the
Yeah,
officers
I'm going to
go
pull that
next?
part.
They checked the vehicles.
And you said they did a great job checking those vehicles.
Given those circumstances, yes, it was adequate.
So what about whenever he turned his flashlight on? Isn't that announcing his? Isn't that telling everybody where he is if he turned his flashlight on?
It could be.
Just a minute ago, you were saying, I mean, you told me you weren't done, that, hey, they got to use caution. Don't let anybody know you're there. But this time, whenever he shined his flashlight, that's perfectly okay.
No, you're misconstruing my words. I said they needed to use caution. In caution, you're making decisions based on what you're seeing, based on the overall circumstances. They needed to look inside those cars. They briefly illuminated the cars to check inside them for a victim or for a suspect. It's a balancing of risk.
So you're saying that it wouldn't have been reasonable for those officers
Hey, Becky,
to
welcome.
knock on that front door when they first got to East Alabama?
We've got a police shooting where the officers responded to a call that was an open structure call, and shortly after they arrived, the officers shot through the back window, killing a resident in the home.
Not at that point, no.
Are you saying it would not have been reasonable to knock on that side door?
No.
Are you saying it would not have been reasonable to call back to dispatch and ask about the cars that were in the driveway since the call text gave details about the car?
Well, it's a great point. They could have done that. The problem of it is that takes time. It takes time to get on the radio because you have other units using that same frequency.
Thanks, Becky.
So you have
Glad
to
you're
wait.
here.
Then the dispatcher has to run those tags. It takes a few minutes. Then the dispatcher, while she's handling other calls, has to relay that information back to the officers. So it's taking time.
Are these officers getting paid by the investigation or something? Why does time matter? They want to do a good, thorough job.
They want to do a good, thorough job. They want to make through this, and they want to get through this, and they want to find out what's going on. So again, it's a balance. There's a lot of things you can do. What is the importance at that point in time of running the license plates when you've already checked to make sure that there isn't a victim, there isn't a suspect inside those vehicles? Now you move on with the Fort Worth policy of checking the exterior of the structure.
The same Fort Worth policy that says, we've already gone over, the same one that also says, all main exit ways should be guarded so as to prevent the escape of any offender.
Should.
Should. All main exit ways should be. So that's not that important to you.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I mean, when they went over these cars, is the front door wide open? Is it under guard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is the side door under guard?
They're in that vicinity.
Okay. But it would have been reasonable if they decided to call dispatch to ask about the cars.
In my experience, I'd say it's a lower priority.
Okay. Would have been reasonable to call dispatch to ask to get more information from the caller?
For what purpose?
To find out more information. Are these in fact the cars? Do you know, the caller had said, do you know, the owner is usually home at this time. Do you know if the owner is actually home at this time?
That would be after the fact, I think. It's not something they do in the moment.
At that point in time, they're already on the scene, so it would have been better that they turn their attention to actually checking that structure, as Fort Worth policy states.
Was the house going to get up and run away?
No, but somebody inside it could have.
What door were they going to run out of?
Don't have to run out of a door.
So, you're saying they're still building their investigation, but you're also saying they have to work quickly because the bad guy can still be in the house. Is that right?
What I'm saying is they don't know quite what they have, and they're trying to run it to ground. They're trying to gain information.
That's my point. So wouldn't it have been a good idea to contact the person that called the police in the first place to get some more information?
That individual called the police and said there was an open door, and said the cars are there, those are their cars, but they never leave their door open like it is now. And I'm paraphrasing here. So they already had that information. Now they're on the scene. Now it's up to them to do the checking.
And also the caller had stated, and they had information, that the owner is usually home at that time. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, yes.
So inspecting the home and getting all that information is fine, but talking to the neighbor that called the police, we don't have time, these officers didn't have time to do that. Is that your testimony today?
No, it's not.
So it would have been reasonable for them to have dispatch reach out to that caller?
Well, you use the term reasonable, and that's not the proper term here. The thing about it is how best to go about answering this call and checking that residence. What I'm saying is if you're going to prioritize all their options, calling the reportee back at that point in time with the officers on the scene would have been a lower priority. Now let's take an example of let's say a robbery in progress. Somebody calls in and says, I'm watching, this guy's got a gun on this cashier. You keep that individual on the line, and then you keep relaying to the responding units what that individual is seeing. We didn't have that here.
So, because this isn't just an important enough call, right?
I didn't say that.
I mean, you're kind of going back and forth.
No.
So
he is holding his own on defense. He's not answering the way the defense is trying to get him to answer. He hasn't fallen into many traps. I think they had their strongest argument when they said on a prior case he testified differently than this one.
Would the defendant have been fired if he had knocked on that front door?
Probably not, no.
Would the defendant gotten in trouble for knocking on that front door?
Yes.
How?
If he relayed that to his sergeant or his other officers, they probably would have looked at him and said, Rookie, what did you do? Don't do that. You make sure that you find out what's going on there before you announce that the police are there. Because
you're really going to testify that a Fort Worth officer would have gotten in trouble by knocking on a citizen's front door?
In this case, in a same or similar circumstance to this case, given the nature of this call, his peers and his sergeant would have taken him to task, yes.
Do you know that he's announced himself on other open structure calls?
It's entirely possible, given the nature of that particular call.
So what you're saying is this is just all in a vacuum about what happened on East Allen Avenue on the early morning hours, October 12, 2019, and that if there are other changes out there, they don't apply because of this particular call on that night?
Not saying that at all.
Okay. So, now they've checked the garage, they've checked the cars in the driveway. What about the stuff that's lined up over there? Did you hear the testimony that Officer Darch and Officer Dean believed that stuff was being stacked up to take away?
Well, I didn't hear the testimony of Officer Darch, but I did hear the testimony of Officer Dean, and it is possible. Burglars do that. They'll go through someplace, they'll take the valuables, take whatever they're there for, and they'll stack them in one spot. That way, when they're done with the burglary, they bring up the vehicle. It's a lot quicker to load all the stuff into the car and get away.
You ever heard of confirmation bias?
Yes.
What is that?
Confirmation bias is when you have a pre-existing thought and you find some fact or something that supports that. You're basically rather than a neutral
I think both sides had confirmation bias in this situation.
What you actually have, you're wanting to confirm what you already think something is.
So you've already said that you heard Officer Dean testify that just after looking in those two front doors, he thought it was a burglary in progress. That's correct. You testified to that, haven't you?
That's one of the things he said it could be, yes.
And then, so now he sees this, he and Darch both say they see this lawn furniture in the driveway, and that also contributes to their thinking that this is a burglary in progress. Isn't that, did you hear that testimony as well?
Was it lawn furniture, or was it a weed whacker and a mower?
I'm sorry, lawn equipment.
Okay.
Didn't you hear that testimony as well?
I did.
So isn't that a little confirmation bias there? He's made his decision that this is a burglary in progress, and then now he's seeing this lawn equipment, and he's thinking, well, the bad guys are stacking stuff up.
What it is he's getting more information. The problem of it is the information he's getting, it could be one thing, it could be another thing.
So confirmation bias.
But if he told you that's what he thought, we should listen to what he said. Isn't that correct?
Well, again, he testified a little all over the board on that.
But he said that he thought that stuff was stacked up by the bad guys committing the burglary in progress. You heard that, didn't you?
He said it could have been, yes.
Maybe the robbers already had a TV and they were just looking for.
Isn't that exactly what confirmation bias is? He looked through those front doors, thought the burglary was in progress, and now he's seen this lawn equipment, and it's okay. I've confirmed it. Yes, it is a burglary in progress.
Well, that could be one possibility. There were also other possibilities he was considering. He's testified to that.
But he said that, though, yesterday. Isn't that correct?
Among other testimony to other things.
But he said that yesterday. Isn't that correct?
Among other testimony to other things, yes.
Yes or no? He said that yesterday, didn't he?
He did, among other things.
Thank you, sir.
Stop. Just the yes. That's all we need.
If you're thinking that the lawn equipment is being stacked up to take, would you agree with me that people don't keep lawnmowers in their homes?
You've never been to Channelview.
You just, where I'm from.
I haven't seen it myself.
You haven't seen it yourself. So you would agree with me that people don't normally keep lawnmowers in their homes?
Normally, no.
People don't normally keep weed whackers in their homes?
Not normally, no.
Where do people normally keep a lawnmower?
It can be in the garage, side of the house.
Okay. Where do people normally keep a weed eater?
Garage, side of the house, shed.
Okay. So if you're thinking that the burglars are stacking this stuff up to take, should your next logical step be check out the garage?
If at that point in time, that is your final determination, that you have enough information to go, this is a burglary in progress, Then, as the order states, you call backup units, you call for a canine, you lock the place down. But he hadn't reached that conclusion, because it could have been that, or it could have been somebody that just doesn't really take good care of their equipment.
I want you to go back to that. What do the general orders say about a burglary in progress? What should the officers do?
Call for backup, call for canine.
The minute they think a burglary in progress is happening?
The minute they come to that conclusion, he hadn't come to that conclusion yet.
If he testified he came to that conclusion, should the jury believe that testimony?
They should take into account all of his testimony, not just one factoid.
If he believed there's a burglary in progress, the minute he made that decision, what did the general orders say he should do?
He hadn't made that decision.
If he made the decision that this was a burglary in progress, what do the Fort Worth Police Department general orders say he should do?
Okay, are you giving me a hypothet?
Sure, hypothetical.
Okay, hypothetically, if
Hypothet.
Officer Dean would have come to the conclusion that I have a burglary in progress here, and it's highly likely there's a burglar still in there, then it's Fort Worth policy that they lock the scene down, they call for backup, they call for a canine.
Didn't we hear him testify that he thought a burglary was in progress?
Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
We have a transcript from the testimony.
Again, I'm looking at 327 of the general orders, Part D. You recognize that?
I do.
And it says, if the officers have any reason to believe that a burglar may be still inside the building, they shall keep the exits and under surveillance and call for assistance. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So it's, if the officer has any reason to believe that the bad guy's still inside, that's what they should do. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that's a shall keep those exits under surveillance, correct?
If you reach that conclusion. But look at the sentence just above it.
If officers find signs of forced entry or have any reason to believe. Did you hear him say that he thought that the screen yesterday on that side door had signs of a forced entry?
It could have been forced entry.
So, if he believes that was forced entry, then what he should have done, he shall keep all exits under surveillance. Isn't that correct?
If that's his final conclusion. That wasn't his final conclusion.
Did you hear him yesterday that he thought that there were signs of forced entry on that screen door on what you've already called the B side of the building?
That was one of his many responses, yes.
And then you, again, would agree with me that the general orders say that you shall, if you believe that you shall keep all exits under surveillance.
If that's your final determination on scene, yes.
Okay. Let's get back to the garage then. How did they inspect the garage?
Just fine.
Just a walk over looking at it. Just a quick walk by, you're okay with that?
Yes. Under those circumstances on this scene, yes.
Not a good idea to check and see if the garage door opens up real quick to see if it's easy to get into, maybe for the burglars to get the stuff that's stacked up on the driveway?
Not necessarily, no.
Not necessarily maybe see if that door's been jimmied a little bit?
Well, they can do that with a visual.
Not to see maybe if, and do you think they got close enough to tell if that door's been jimmied?
He walked right past it.
Was it broad daylight then?
It was not.
Okay. Do you think that it might have been a good idea just maybe even to shove on that door to see if the door even worked anymore?
When you're shoving on the door, you're making noise.
So that would have been bad to make noise.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's a consideration. What would shoving this way on the garage door have accomplished?
Well, if I'm there, maybe I would have shoved on this way of the garage door, and it just came wide open, and I see that the garage has a bunch of stuff missing, and I maybe confirm that the stuff that's stacked up in the driveway really is being stolen. Is that not good police work?
It was a roll-up door.
talking about the door that's right next to the roll-up door.
Well, I thought we were talking about the roll-up door because you were talking about that.
That's my fault for not being clear there.
Ah.
I'm talking about that door to the side of it.
So repeat your question then.
Maybe just shove on it and see if it just comes open. That been a good idea?
They're checking for signs of forced entry. And that, to me, that's a little bit more important than seeing whether or not they bothered to lock or latch the door.
Have you ever seen someone kick in a door and then push it it's like it's still closed?
Yes.
And it looks closed if you're just walking by it. Isn't that correct?
No, usually there's deformation to the lock, the knob. There could be deformation to the strike plate.
Could be.
Yes.
You wouldn't
In
see
my
the strike
experience,
plate
there
if the
is.
door's closed, though.
And did you ever just kind of shove on that door to see if it just came open? Or did you just look at all that and decide it being kicked open?
Again, it depends on the call. I mean, are you talking about my experience?
Sure, yeah, your experience.
Yeah, I really can't recall.
In my day, we didn't have doors on our
The
huts.
situation, honestly, where that's happened to me.
Okay. We'll move on from the garage then. Have you looked at that area?
He's an expert, but he's never had a burglary call in his professional career.
One side and the garage on the other?
Yes,
You heard me talk about that yesterday, isn't that correct?
I did.
Once they're both at that gate, is there anyone covering those two front doors?
Nope,
No one's covering the two main exits that they've seen?
no,
No one knows if people are coming in and out of that house at that point?
not at that point, no.
And no one knows if anyone's coming to that house that may be armed, is that correct?
That's what now?
That's armed,
What about being?
armed with weapons.
I didn't hear the first part. I don't hear well, I'm sorry.
We'll see you,
That's
Ashley.
okay. No one knows. They didn't know if somebody could have been coming out of that house with a weapon in hand, isn't that correct?
Not if they were exiting the front, no.
Is that a good place for officers to be in that particular situation?
Given the circumstances of this call, everything, the totality surrounding this call, yes, that was a good call.
Good police work that they're back there with their six totally uncovered, with a house possibly full of bad guys, with no one on the front door. That's your testimony.
Well, but that's not what we've seen here. One, they've already checked the living room area. That's not full of bad guys. Also, you say their six wasn't covered. Yes, it was. They're covering both their sixes.
Are you telling me somebody couldn't just sneak around that corner if they were both up there at that gate?
Well, their heads can be on a swivel, and you're constantly looking around you.
Can't you disagree with me? It would have been a good idea to put eyes on those front two doors.
In this case, given two officers, they had a choice to make.
Can't you just
that
agree
they
with
made the
me?
right choice. They stayed together.
They had another choice, didn't they?
What was that?
Call for backup?
Not on that type of call, no.
Do you want to look at the general orders again?
Sure.
Is there anything, are you going to say there's something in the general orders under silent alarm that they're not allowed to call for backup?
Oh, I didn't say that.
I think there's an unwritten rule that you don't call for backup unless it's
As a
needed.
matter of fact.
It's like a point of pride for
that part
officers.
We just discussed, now go to witness again.
Yes, sir.
Section D says, if you find signs of forced entry or of reason to believe, then they shall keep all exits under surveillance and call for assistance. Isn't
Yes,
that correct?
That's correct.
There's nothing in the general orders about saying you are not allowed to ask for assistance or backup on an open structure.
No, not at all.
Okay. So, you're saying that they had to get in that backyard and check that window, is that correct? Or check what's in that backyard for the structure?
Well, they had to check what's in the backyard so they could continue checking the structure for forced entry.
They had an ultimate right to get in that backyard? Are you telling that jury that?
When you say they had a right, what do you mean?
I mean that, can Fort Worth PD go wherever they want on a citizen's property?
Based on their whim?
Based on anything, you tell me.
Well, if they have a warrant, absolutely.
What if they don't have a warrant?
If they have exigent circumstances, yes, they can.
Okay. What are exigent circumstances?
When there might be, and if I stray too far here, please tell me.
No, you have. Go ahead.
Fourth Amendment requires that officers have a warrant before they conduct a search. But there are 7 exemptions police officers are taught to the warrant requirement. One of them is what's called exigent circumstances. In other words, if I answer a call of a man screaming in his apartment, I get there, your door's locked, but I can hear you. You're saying, help me, help me, help me. I don't need to go get a warrant in order to forcibly enter your apartment because I'm there not as an evidentiary search, but to help you out, to get you medical aid.
What's the phrase reasonable expectation of privacy mean to you?
As a layperson, not being a lawyer, it basically means that we have a reasonable expectation. We do not expect the government to inject itself into our affairs without probable cause.
So, do people have a reasonable expectation of privacy inside their homes?
Yes.
What about in a fenced-in backyard?
Yes.
So you're saying there was exigent circumstances at that time for these 2 officers to get in that backyard?
They were answering a call for service. There was a neighbor that was very worried about them, and they were checking. They weren't doing an evidentiary search. They were there to check the circumstances behind that open door, because there could have been exigent circumstances.
But you agree there's no exigent circumstances here when they're opening that gate?
No, I don't agree that.
What's the exigency? What is it?
The call of the neighbor.
The call of the neighbor that we are not following up with. Isn't that correct?
No, we are following up. That's why the officers are there.
No, you said you would not expect these officers to have to reach out to that neighbor again. But now we're blaming the neighbor for the exigency of the circumstances for these officers to get in the backyard. Is that correct?
Well, number one, I'm not blaming the neighbor for anything. We've received a call for service from the neighbor. We've got what we need from him. Now we've got the officers on the scene answering that call for service.
If that gate was locked, would you expect those officers to just jump over it?
No.
What would you have expected them to do?
See if they could find a different vantage point. Maybe go around by the mosque or around by there's an alley behind there to see if they can look.
That was disgusting, Judge. Your
But not
Honor,
off the
please
fence,
don't do that
right?
again.
I would not have done that, no.
So because these people didn't lock their gate, it was okay for Fort Worth police to be in their backyard?
Yes, it was.
So would it be a good idea for everybody in Fort Worth to start locking their gates so Fort Worth police can't get in their backyards?
Well, I'd tell people in Fort Worth and pretty much anywhere else to lock your gates. That way, the bad guys, it gives them a little more trouble getting in. So it's a good idea to lock your gate, not to keep the cops out, to keep the bad guys and gals out.
Because the gate will stop them.
So if she had a locked gate, you wouldn't have expected these officers to jump into that backyard, but because it was unlocked, you're perfectly okay with them going back there?
Yes.
The locked gate would have been an indicator that
Are you
most
okay
likely
with
someone
people
didn't go
having
through there.
Firearms in their home?
Provided they're not a convicted felon, yes, absolutely.
Self-defense, I mean, you live down in Huntsville, I mean, this is Texas, right?
This is Texas, but I don't live in Huntsville.
Well, where do you live? I'm sorry, you have to tell the city if you don't want to. You work down in Huntsville.
I do.
Yeah, that's right about that. I mean, isn't it perfectly reasonable whenever you hear something in your backyard and you're a citizen that you go check out what's going on? And if you have a gun, take it with you? If it's in the middle of the night?
I'm going to check it out, and I'm going to have a firearm with me, yes.
Especially if you see a bunch of people back there with flashlights?
Yes.
Because you wouldn't expect, because we have that reasonable expectation of privacy in our backyard, isn't that correct?
Well, the reasonable expectation of privacy is from the government, not necessarily bad guys.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't expect the government to be back there, would you?
Not necessarily.
You wouldn't expect the government to be back there, would you?
Certainly could be. I've been back there.
Okay. So, it is perfectly reasonable for you to hear noises in your back, for a person to hear noises in the backyard, fenced-in backyard, see somebody back there with flashlights, and to go check out the backyard window with the firearm in their hand.
Yes.
So, you heard Officer Dean testify yesterday. He didn't really know where Officer Darch was whenever they entered that, whenever he was looking at that window, correct?
He didn't know her specific location. That's correct.
He didn't know if she was right behind him and a little bit further back, did he?
That's correct.
He's doing a good job recalling the testimony that I think Matthew mentioned. He has been allowed to listen to all this testimony.
You heard
He's exempt
Mr.
from the
Fredericks
exclusion
testify yesterday, didn't you?
that
I did.
others have to exclude
Did you
themselves
hear
from
him
the courtroom.
testify about how long it took Officer Dean, the defendant, to begin his commands, the beginning of his commands to shooting the firearm on State's Exhibit 1 or Defense Exhibit 40?
I did.
And what did he say?
I'd like to, before I answer that, I'd like to refresh my memory with the audio of the spectral analysis.
Sure.
Kyle, did I jump on you for something?
Exhibit 44.
I don't remember if you were naughty or not.
I should have asked to approach.
Oh my goodness. Yes, you should have, and you should also have asked before you whacked the microphone with whatever paper that was.
Okay, Officer Dean, the body cam video, the audio states that 15.893, and as we heard yesterday, he starts to enunciate the P in put your hands up.
And how long between first verbalizing that P and the shot being fired?
He's going to measure. He's doing math on the back of the Kleenex box, which has now become evidence in the courtroom. That's for an exhibit. Let's show the jury the math.
Just over half a second.
0.6 of a second?
No,
Yes.
just over half a
Just
second.
over half. So if we were to use your other sworn testimony that says that it takes a second, a third, and a second and a half for the person to make a decision and then to act on it,
This is their strongest point,
the
I think.
defendant had already decided to fire before he verbalized those commands. Isn't that correct?
That would be incorrect.
If we were to use
That was a strong
your prior
conclusion.
testimony, that it takes a second and a third to a second and a half to make the decision and then act on it for that to happen. And that would mean that he had made that decision a second and a third to a second and a half before he pulled the trigger. Isn't that correct? If we're using your sworn testimony from the other case, which you say doesn't apply. Isn't that correct?
Well, again, that's for the fact circumstances in that case. This is a different fact circumstance.
Wouldn't you agree with me that if we take your sworn testimony from that other case, that it takes a second and a third to a second and a half for the brain to make the decision and the finger to pull the trigger, that's a lot longer than the over half a second that you just calculated. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, but that's for that scenario. This is a different scenario.
This is the danger of being an expert witness and reaching varying conclusions.
That fact circumstance.
Not for this officer pulling a trigger.
In this fact circumstance, that's correct.
So the laws of physics have changed.
No, not at all. The facts surrounding the event have changed. It's as I discussed in the Blair study. It took the officers with the weapon out pointed at the research Confederate. It took the officer approximately I want to say it was 0.36 seconds, 0.39 seconds to fire when they first saw the suspect coming up with a weapon.
You were testifying about this other officer and why he kept shooting. And you said that officer kept shooting because it took a second, a third, to a second and a half from making the decision for his finger to stop moving. Isn't that correct?
In that case, yes.
Okay. And then here we have Officer Dean, so a second, a third, to a second and a half before he pulls the trigger would be before the defendant made any verbal commands. Isn't that correct?
No.
When did you said it was less than half, it was just over half a second before he pulled the trigger that he started the verbal commands. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So, a second and a third, we'll go with the minimum, is more than just over half a second. Isn't that right?
Well, a second and a third is more than a half a second. That's
Okay.
correct.
Second and third is more than half of a second.
We need to have like a side room you can put you off in where you can tell your jokes.
Yes.
Everybody wants to know what the joke is. I don't remember the
How long were you
joke.
a detective, Dr. Coons?
I was never a detective.
How long were you an investigator?
I was never an investigator.
How long were you an officer?
Are you talking, how long was I a deputy
Deputy.
with the Harris County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
I held the deputy rank for 3 years.
3 years.
3 years of
After that,
experience.
I was a sergeant for slightly less than 3 years.
Did you ever investigate any crimes down there in Harris County?
Yes.
Did you ever testify for the prosecutors down there in Harris County to try and convict any of these criminals that you investigated?
No, I testified as to the facts as I believed them to be.
That's what I'm saying. You tested, the state called you, Harris County DA's office, right?
Yes.
And then you talked about your investigation or what you did as an officer, isn't that right?
I answered the questions I was asked, yes.
And all those times, did you ever, I mean, it's important, isn't it, whenever, as an officer and investigator, to collect a lot of facts, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also important that we also look at what a defendant or suspect does right after committing an offense, isn't that correct?
It can be.
I mean, hiding a gun, if a guy commits a murder and then immediately hides the gun, that would be important evidence, isn't that correct?
It's another fact in the case, yes.
If the person runs off right after they shoot somebody, that could be important information, isn't that correct?
Could be, yes.
Did you ever go testify for any of those defendants about any of these studies that would give them an excuse for their behavior after their crimes?
Well, one, I'm not sure a crime has been committed here, so I don't understand the question.
That's fine, Your Honor. You pass the witness.
Read the record.
Your Honor, I object to the last statement of counsel as a sidebar.
Let's move on.
Prosecution got that little jab in.
May Dr. Coons be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take your tissue box with you on all the math you did.
Yeah.
They're going to need to refill that cup because he's drunk a lot of that water.
Go ahead. You step down.
I believe they had a sidebar about these little comments, and so they're objecting.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
Defense rests. Look at that. We've got closing arguments coming up.
We went to get your lunch. It's not here yet, but I'm going to let y'all kind of relax a little bit, okay? So, see you in a little bit.
Out you go. Okay, which means I believe the closings are probably not going to be much longer than the openings, right? I expect them to be less than an hour each, which puts us in verdict watch this evening if all goes according to plan. Vain Brain says, I think the defense scored one here. Yeah, who great. He wants a rest as well. Yeah, let's go here. So we're waiting for the feed to come back. Wait, let's see here. I'm listening. We've turned up the audio from Law and Crime, the only place that still has a feed from the courtroom. I'm not hearing anything. Okay, so we might actually get closing arguments this afternoon, and then possibly a quick verdict on a Tuesday. Are we that lucky? We're on OODA Loop watch for the evening. Yeah, so somebody had some questions. I know, who was it that came in here and said, I've missed it, what's happened, I'm just catching up. Does anybody need a quick refresher on what happened here, where we're at so far in this trial? Because we're moving rapidly to the end of this trial. You think they've neutralized the testimony of Dean if they're lucky, because that was horrible. Yeah, he did great. Well, he did okay on direct, and he just did awful with zero help from his lawyer on cross. I think they will be ready for closing today. I think they can do that pretty quickly. Don't think it'll be a verdict today. AJ says I missed this morning. Well, we had a couple experts. One was they're both pretty quick, right? Were two experts, or was it just the one guy? I'm trying to remember. I thought it was two, which means who was the other dude? I'm going to have to go back and look. He wasn't very memorable either way. Prosecution gets a rebuttal case first. They still need to have their charge conference to hash out the particulars of the jury charge that will be submitted for deliberations. That might take an hour or so when they turn from lunch. So it's possible that they... Matthew, are you saying you think they might stretch in tomorrow morning for deliberation? Prosecutor was badgering on Dean's cross. Not sure how the jurors will take it. Plus, cross, quite confusing and repetitive. Right, but the questions he was asking... you could tell what he was asking, and the answer was being a little bit evasive. I think that's why he kept asking the question. Are you going to do a poll? Color Me Abstract says. We can do another poll. It would be interesting to see. I think we need to run the same poll before, because we're seeing the numbers changing over time. It's got some music in the background there. That's exciting. Not sure what toy my kids are playing with that's making those sounds, but it's awfully loud. Oh, is that you, bud? Thank you. Can we not do that for a little bit? Okay, polls up. If you were on the jury, and if this was the time for you to vote, having all the information that's been provided thus far, would you go guilty or not guilty? Obviously, we're going to have a hung jury as a result, because we're not going to have 100% one way or another. But just for you individually, what would your vote be? If the prosecution was badgering the defense, the lawyers sure didn't notice. They slept through that. I mean, at the very end, there were a couple objections that were sustained. The state still has the opportunity to offer rebuttal. Not sure how long that'll take. I think they think it's an open and door case, but we'll see. Yesterday was brutal. It was on several fronts. It was brutal for us sitting through the video expert, as well as brutal on Aaron Dean's cross. Okay, we've got nothing coming from audio, and all the feeds have been cut off from the courtroom now. So now we're waiting. We might be taking a lunch. They said lunch hasn't arrived yet, but if lunch arrives, I think they'll just go straight into lunch. Matthew Harris says, I think guilty, but to a lesser included offense, not to the second-degree murder charge, possibly manslaughter. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think you can get the whole jury there. But you know your Texas jury is a little better than I do. And Matthew Harris, you have proven to be right on many a prediction. My significant other is home today, and I work from home. Just made scratch pancakes for us. Canned laughter. Those sound delicious. What do you put on your pancakes? Are you just a traditional maple syrup guy, or are you some other variant? This one is tricky because if she would have shot the cop and killed him first, I would agree that she was justified. Does the fact that they were in her backyard, does that weigh on your decision at all? Did they have the right to be there in the backyard? Did she have a reasonable expectation of privacy from police officers in her backyard? So basically, were they where they should not have been? After the closing arguments, I hope to hear Mrs. Ra's vote during deliberations. We might see if we can bring her in to give her feedback, although she has not been following this case closely. But I know she does have some strong opinions on similar issues to these. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the poll. It seems to be the voting has stopped, so I'm going to give it 5 more seconds here, and we'll close it. I guess I should give it more time than that because I think the delay from when I actually talk to when you hear it is longer than 5 seconds. I think it's closer to 10 right now. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're done. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Instead, I put someone's comment up on the screen. Roxanne says, that's how I make my 2. Didn't know they were called that. Scratch pancakes. Vainbrain says, there's no way the jury convicts this guy. She had a gun in her hand. You know, in the olden days, that was the deciding factor. You know, the presence of a weapon and in front of a police officer and him saying, you pointed the gun at me, the decision's over. But here we have a body cam that can show us that decision he made was incredibly quick. And also that there was no evidence that he saw the gun, at least verbally. So that does throw a wrench in the works. Okay, so the poll's over, and it looks like we're now not guilty 55 and guilty 44. We're missing 1 in there, as we usually are. With the rounding, it doesn't quite work out properly. But we're nearly split. That's the highest guilty vote yet. State made some ground. They did. They're swinging some votes in their direction. Cakespeare says, over here, police can go wherever for whatever. There's no expectation of privacy. Yeah, Australia has some different laws, Cakespeare, and I know that an Australian looking at the United States and some of what we do with our laws, it just seems absurd. And at the same time, we look back at Australia and say, why would you give up rights like that? And it's just we're different countries. We've got a different history and different laws that got us to the points that we're at. And it's interesting to see it from another perspective. I appreciate you being here too, Cakespeare. Thank you very much, and for being one of our amazing mods. Thank you. Blueberries are a staple in our house. They are delicious, especially in muffins. I'm a blueberry muffin fan. Columbia Abstract. I say no, and it's hard. My brother is a retired police, but he was wrong in my view. With police under such a microscope, but I say guilty. Box pancakes. I'm guilty of pre-mix pancakes as well, Roxanne. Scratch for me is you add the mix and you add the water to make the pancake mix. That's scratch made. Still, some of you are undecided. It's a tough decision. I would not want to be on this jury for sure. There's no real good verdict in this case. If the officer was in the wrong, if there was some wrong there, shouldn't there be some accountability? I think that's the question that is hard to get over. If you're trying to say, I would have shot as well, but should the officer have been there? Should he have made the decision that fast? If there's any point where he made a wrong move up until that led to that, is there some responsibility there? I prefer French toast to pancakes, with or without cinnamon, Katrina, on the French toast. Pure maple syrup only, says TW. Straight from Maine or Wisconsin or one of those northern states, or maybe Canada. Great maple syrup up there. So Charlie, I hear that argument. I really do. That there should be some degree of responsibility. I think personally that it will come on the civil suit, and the family will receive financial compensation, which you can't get. There's no amount of money that will make the loss of a loved one all right. You can't put a price on that life. But in a way, this is a punishment, and generally that sort of punishment has more of an impact on how a police agency may do its training, its procedures, how it operates in the future. And so a civil settlement in that sort of case, I think, could bring about more change than a conviction would. So I don't see a civil settlement for the family as being a lesser outcome than a conviction, although I'm sure they want justice. I think the end result, brings about a better change. Bite Me, welcome to the house. Welcome to the gallery. Two guys walking to their weekly Scrabble game. One guy drops the game and the tiles go everywhere. His friend says, "What's the word on the street?" Ha ha ha. Oh man. I'm gonna pre-read all your texts for the rest of the day, Bite Me, so I don't accidentally read another awful joke like that one. Matthew Harris says, Melody, I think he acted with criminal negligence, not intentionally. If she'd shot him first through the window, she would have been justified, since backyard pointing gun not announced. Right? If she had shot first and he had returned fire, would it and then killed her and he had survived? Would that be a different outcome? Because then he's firing in self-defense, clearly in self-defense because she had attacked first. That expert likely left with skid marks. Right, and a tissue box with math on the back of it. MB says, I don't think the officer was in the wrong, recovery addict, nor do I think Atatiana was in the wrong, so I have to vote not guilty. I think it was a worst possible scenario that brought them to a point where there was no good outcome. But, yeah. Does anyone know if this case is affecting the community? Is there a chance of rioting if there's a not guilty verdict? Little Miss, I haven't heard that. I know there's some involvement from a civil attorney that's notable in that in the arena of how do we say this delicately? I believe the civil attorney would very quickly say that race is a key element of this trial. We do have, I believe, an all-white jury. We have a white police officer. We have a white police officer's partner on this scene, basically the other responding officer, and we have a black female who is deceased, who was shot. And so the civil attorney, I think, has said on news media, if I'm not mistaken, that racism is a factor and needs to be looked at in how police work is done. So I imagine I don't think there would be a riot. I haven't heard that there's a lot of people waiting in the wings, so to speak, to protest the result. But it might add a little bit of fuel to an already burning fire. Not race related to me when they never saw each other. Well, AJ, I agree. He said he didn't know what the race of the person was. He just saw an outline. But there might be something to be said for the fact the community they were in might have been predominantly a different race. It was a more crime-filled neighborhood, which means it was lower income, which tends to also have some some correlation with different racial representation. Not always, but I think that's what they sort of were getting at. It was a clean joke. Bite me, you're right. Why do I slap you on the wrist for telling a clean joke? Lil Miss says, thank you. I know the attorney you're talking about, which is exactly why I asked. Yeah, I can't tell what he's going to say after the fact. He did not get called as a witness, even though he was sworn in, possibly because of his involvement. But, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have the coverage that some of the other cases have had. So I don't think it will really be a trigger event for that. Can you give a brief description of the crime, Cakespoo? Okay, so he's charged with second-degree murder, which is not good. It's basically mean he broke the law, took action that killed someone. We could bring up the elements of the crime, unless Matthew has them on copy paste. You can drop them in. But basically, he's accused of murder. He's accused of taking someone's life unlawfully, and a lot of times a police officer in that shooting, before it gets to this point, there will be an investigation, as there was in this one, where they look at the facts, they look at the body cam footage, they look at the reports and the interviews and everything, and might determine that this was a lawful shooting, meaning that the elements were there that justify the officer in firing his weapon and taking someone's life, or them dying in the course of him trying to eliminate the threat to himself or someone else. They went through that process here and found that there was enough evidence to charge him for a crime of murder. So that's where he's at. Maximum penalty he could face, I believe, is life in prison without parole. I think I don't know if he would get that. Even if found guilty, I don't think they would give him that. AJ, wow. Did you hear about the first restaurant to open on the moon? It had great food, but no atmosphere. Low income doesn't mean crime. Plenty of low income areas don't have such high crime rates. Yes, but I would argue that more often than not there is a correlation between the two. Not meaning that low income causes crime or that crime causes low income, but they tend to trend together. Uh-oh. Is buffering on my end or yours? Possibly mine. Let me check. I'm sending 6 megabits of data, which is plenty. Stream is healthy. Stream is healthy. It should be better. I don't know what the problem is. Does anyone know if we're taking a lunch yet in the courtroom? I know they've ordered lunch, so we might go straight into lunch, and maybe we should take just a little break to catch up. And I can go live if they come back, or B, right after lunch. Do we want to do that? Little Miss says, it's my end. It's me. It says that it's excellent on my side right now. I'm sending 6.18 megabits of data. Yeah. If multiple of you were buffering, it was probably on my side or YouTube side. But How do you fit 2 elephants in a station wagon? 1 up front and 1 in the back. How do you fit 3? You can't fit 3 elephants in a station wagon, silly. My kid would love that. I might use that during lunch. Until they announce the homeowner's right to assume it's just some creep in the backyard. No announcement, no hello, no police. It's the same to me as some random guy in my yard. Stream's not fine. We fixed it. Whoever's in charge of the internet, who is that? Who's our internet expert today? I've already forgotten. Was that TW? Okay, so we're not getting them back from court yet. So I'm going to say, let's go on a break. If they do pop back in, I'll have all my audio turned up in here, blaring throughout the house. So if they do come back, and they're not just coming back to say, hey, we're taking lunch, I'll go ahead and go live again. Other than that, we're probably going to wait just for a little bit. Yeah, we'll wait off camera. So we'll go ahead and turn it off for now. Because we are so close to the end, I think we're going to stay with this. We're not going to. I'm not going to take the afternoon off today. We'll be back for sure as things develop. Does that work? Is everyone okay with that? Lack of communication from the officer is why she never had a gun to begin with. Why she ever had the gun to begin with. Yeah, and what about the Darch drawing her gun while alongside the side of the house, which wasn't protocol? That was weird. Okay, we're gonna go to lunch, and then I'll go live again. So ring the bell, subscribe and ring the bell, because you don't want to miss what's going to happen next. We are getting close to the really exciting part in this trial, and we'll have all our questions answered eventually. But until then, hope you have a great lunch. Thank you all for being here. Thank those who support this channel just by being here, for the mods especially. You guys are amazing for the hard work you do, keeping everybody in line. Sometimes it's not easy. Today you've been good, though. Appreciate everyone for following the rules that way. Let's see. Defense arrest in Texas via Aaron Dean. This is coming out of from Law and Crime. Let me just double check that. Break until 1 p.m. So we've got 1 hour. So it's lunchtime. We made the right decision. Need legal content? Matthew Harris has a channel I highly recommend. Pop over there. You can watch some amazing stuff. They have some great stuff coming up as well. So you'll want to subscribe while you're there so you don't miss a single bit of it. We will take an hour off, or maybe a little less than that. We'll be back when the judge gets back, and we'll follow all the proceedings of this Aaron Dean versus the state of Texas, or Texas versus the state of Aaron Dean, as it's properly said. And we'll catch up then. So thank you very much, guys. Have some lunch. We'll see you later. All right.